So, hello everyone, welcome to Uppsala Young Champions edition number 9, 2022. And this is the second round. And we saw the first round yesterday, where you have, with this kind of Swiss tournament, you have normally games between quite a big different gap when it comes to the ELO rating between the players, and also the yesterday's round was like that, with about 450 to 500 ELO points in a gap between the players. Still, we had some interesting positions, some interesting games where the lower rated player made a draw, or actually we even saw one win with Victor Muntian from Sweden managed to win against an international master. But today, what can we see here? We can see here, well, what do we see here? We have different games. On the top board now, there will be more challenges for the top players. The top players in this tournament is mainly, of course, the grandmasters of Francesco Zonis. I would say that he's the favorite to win the tournament, as he came number 4 in the Junior World Championship. And then, of course, the other grandmaster, Felix Bloberger from Austria. These are the two grandmasters of the tournament. And then we have 11 international masters also in, just 100 ELO points in between. So there is a really strong field, and all of those, I guess, in a good day can win the tournament. So it will be very exciting to see what's happened. The tournament will finish on Wednesday. Then it's the double round, and I guess until then, this will be very interesting. So, okay, on the top board, we see Francesco Zonis playing against CM Fundell. And CM Fundell has got 23.59 in ELO. So now it's really up to Francesco Zonis to show his strength, because this is not a player that you just can put out the pieces and win. Here you really have to play good. On the second board, we have Elam Abdulf against Arthur Krukenhäuser. And also here you can see that this is a tough game. Now we're down to only 150 ELO points in between the players. So that will also be a real test for Elham to see if he's up to, up to the challenge to face a bit stronger opponent than yesterday. Third game that I'm really looking forward to is Ludwig Carlsen, that is international master, playing the second grandmaster of Felix Bloberger. The reason I find this interesting is that I know Ludwig since long time back. I've been training him for several years. He is what you could say, he's got a very high standard. It's going up and down like many juniors do when they develop, but his highest level can be really high. He has won against several grandmasters so far, so he's very dangerous. And he's playing white against Bloberger. This will be a tough challenge for Bloberger, not the least if Ludwig is, really on his toes this day. So I'm looking forward to that. And then we have also other interesting game, of course. For me, we have the game between Edvin Trost and Vignir Vatnar Stefansson. This is a little bit of battle of the north, because Edvin Trost is probably the most promising young Swedish player. 15 years old, at 23.47, rising star, playing against Vignir Vatnar, who is the most talented Icelandic player, already an international master with 24.71. He won the tournament last year, and I'm really impressed by his play, actually. You can feel that this is a guy who will become a grandmaster in a couple of years' time, no doubt about it. So this will be a challenge for Edvin, and also, of course, for Vignir. This is the first real test in the tournament, so interesting to see that game. And then we have Kaan Kukushari against Arvin Rasti, a Swedish challenge. And here we have Kaan Kukushari, who is the player among the Swedish youths that's probably have been made the most race when it comes to his ELO, because during the last, I think the last period, he played a lot of tournaments and won, I don't know if it's 80 or 90 ELO points, of course, due to the coefficient of 40, you know, but still, he was much stronger than the rating he had before. So it will be interesting to see now when he's challenged by Arvin Rusty, who I will also say he's, you know, this very promising young, talented guy, but also a bit uneven. But if he gets his pieces in play and, you know, is in the right mood, he's very dangerous for all players. So let's start with the top board. Like I said, here we see this game between Francesco Zonis and Ziem van Del. And we take it from the beginning. There was d4 played, and then we'll see here knight f6, classical move, c4, g6, and now the question is, will this be a King's Indian or will it be the Greenfeld after knight c3? Because if it's d5 played, then of course there is a Greenfeld, but now with bishop g7, now we are into the King's Indian. And here we have a lot of different setups, of course, for white. This is the question which one to choose. After d6, the classical move is knight f3, and put the bishop on e2 that we saw in some games yesterday. But instead, Francesco Zonis choose to play h3. This is not the most common move, but normally what happens with this h3 that this game will be transposed quite often actually into the Benoni with c5, d5, e6 and so on. Another possibility we will see in this game, because after castling, bishop e3, and now you can see the hidden point with h3, because now there is not the possibility to play knight g4. It quite often will be the case if you do not play with h3 and you still put your bishop on e3. So, okay, in this type of middle games that we will see in the King's Indian, black, you could say, is just giving up the center and tell white, okay, you put your pawns there, you take the center and so on, but what I will do is to try to undermine it. So the key move for black is to play either e5 or c5 in this position, challenging the center. And then white needs to declare his intentions to play d5. We have a closed position, and then there will be plays on different sides of the board, or if it's going to be opened up and so on. So what is interesting with the King's Indian, as always, is that we have two different strategies, one for white and one for black, which means that the game normally is very dynamic and interesting. So, c6 came. This is also a very common move in this type of positions. The follow-up will of course be e5 normally. Another strategic idea is to play a6, b5 sometimes. So we'll see what's happening here. d4 came. Okay, this is very aggressive. The standard moves here could be like knight f3, of course, again, something like that. But this is a very ambitious move. Sometimes g4 is played as an, you know, to protect f5 in a later stage of the game, and also to take away knight h5 sometimes. Because if you think about, you know, like e5 in this position after d5, we have a position where black normally wants to move away the knight on f6 and then go for f5. But then the pawn on g4 can be quite strong, because you can take with the pawn, you have an open g file against the bishop on g7, and white can quite often get an attack on the black king. So instead, and this is in a way logical and interesting, because probably you know the old say that if someone is going to go for a flank attack, what you should do is to try to strike in the center. And now we see another little bit of a hidden point with this c6, and that is to play d5 that was played in the game. So what black is saying is, okay, you have been reacting with g4. That means that the king on e1 will have problems in making a short castle. Probably you go for a long castle. What I will try to do is to break up the center before your king has found a good shelter. I will make use of that you have played g4 already, and then I try to get an attack on your white king. See what happens. He took, took and e5. And yes, this is a little bit the drawback with playing d5. And that is that white now had got the chance to build up a great chain with d4, e5. And what happens then is that the bishop on g7 might be restricted. If you saw the other position like this, where I said that the other possibility was to try to play for c5 or e5, normally that means that black wants to play on the black squares to make use, like I said, in this position, you can see it's the black squares normally here. That is the weakness in the white position. But after d5 in this position, we have something completely different when it comes to structure. And this is quite unusual position for the King's Indian, but even so, it's very interesting and logical. So here we have another problem, is that the normal move probably you want to play is knight to d7 in this position. That's one logical move. But then, of course, you can say that probably you can just take on d5 in this position, and it's hard to see any compensation for black here. So instead, the idea for black is to play knight to e4. Of course, this can be a bit dangerous, because after knight to take e4, d take e4, we have a little bit strange position of the pawn on e4. And yeah, well, you can see bishop g2 and try to grab it. The drawback with that, to go for this pawn, is that after to take here, you can see that we have a position where there is a hole on d5. But also, if black managed to break up the position, maybe with f6 or something like that, the king here on e1 has got problems in finding a good position. So, a dangerous strategy, but of course interesting, because, then you have this classical unbalance between material for white and more strategic and attacking plans for black. So instead what happened, I guess, I don't think he took on e4 there, because also for me, it seems to be a bit early, to take on e4 and go for a pawn grab when your king is still stuck in the center. So this is more logical to play for this structure on d4 and e5, because with the pawn on d5, this is quite a good setup with the pawn on d4 and the pawn on e5. So knight to e2, be ready with a knight to take back on c3, and also if black plays something else, then you might take on e4 and play knight c3 and go for the pawn grab with the knight from c3 to e4. Okay, so what happened was knight to c6. Still, okay, you can have my knight on e4, you're welcome, but I still will have this type of counterattack. And also another thing here is that, like I said, even f5 might be interesting, after bishop g, something like this might be interesting to go for. And here you can see that, okay, you will win this pawn like this, but maybe black even just go for f5 or try to make use of a rook e8, might be possible. I still think that f5 is interesting here, but it's probably the move I would go for. Okay, bishop g2, and then, okay, game will continue, but no doubt black will have some compensation due to the king on e1 and so on. So what happened in the game was that after knight to g2, knight c6, bishop g2, again, white says, I am not interested in this unbalanced position. Instead, I just want to have this strategic game with a bishop on g7 locked in, and that will be the idea. So what happened was, now, well, this is the position. Interesting, because now white is really ready to go to take on e4, or maybe even just castling, play cool. So that is also a possibility, of course, So the question is now, I think this is quite interesting. First of all, what I always do when I see these kind of sharp lines in the opening is, of course, to look at the times. Because if they have hardly thought anything in this position, what has happened is that they are into the theory. This is something they have prepared at home. And if you look at the clock, you can see that Francesco Zonis has, he has actually not used any time at all. So for sure, for him, this is something that was prepared. You should know that these days, first of all, I should say that in the first round, the pairings were made just, I think it was half an hour, something like that, before the first round, because, you need to check out, so all the players will come to the tournament, they check in and so on. now we are into the second round, and that pairing was made yesterday evening. That means that the players have had the chance that during the night, during this morning, they can sit at home at the hotel room and they can check out their opponent. And what you do is that you try to find what kind of position do I want to have, what is the one that I can see that my opponent do not understand, and not the least, what kind of openings do my opponent prefer, and can I find any strange strategic ideas of my opponent? Is there something I can make use of? And with this time that Francesco Zonis have used, hardly anything, you can understand that this is a position he has had on the computer, on the board this morning for sure. So, okay, well, we have this position. I guess that black need to do f6 at some moment just to try to break up the position, or because if you play like this, there is a threat on d5, and this would be really a disaster for black, because then you have the bishop here on c8. It's not very nice, and white can have two choices: either you castling f4 and so on, or maybe you can even go for queen d2 h4 and go for an attack. I cannot say which one is the best, but there are two possibilities. I frankly think that both of them are interesting for white, so good choices, both of them. I prefer white in this position. So here we have a little bit of a key position of this game, bishop g2. Which strategy should black use? Should it be like in this position, bishop g2? Should it be f6 here? Is this possible? I want to see if that is possible. I don't know. To try to do something like that, then I don't know if you play take here, take here. I don't know what is happening now. This is interesting. Okay. I think that if you take here, this is, I would be scared of this. So because f5 is coming. So I don't think that this will happen. I don't know if there are any other possibility to take here. Immediately you take on e5, I guess. And with this structure here, the king here might not be secured. So, okay, some compensation. But maybe there are other possibilities here, I don't know. Let's see here. Well, maybe you can even castle here, actually, when I take a look at this position. Because if there is like, okay, maybe this is okay for black. Okay, this is good. Okay, I think. Here we have a little bit of an interesting line, I believe. Maybe now just play e6, And now this pawn here is a bit, and you practice to play d4 at some time. So, okay. Here probably black is okay, so there must be something else. That after f6, what is the idea that he has prepared for this position? Very interesting here to see what is happening. I like this already, this game. I can feel that this will be an interesting battle, because why I say that is that you can see that there are difficult strategic elements in the position. You need to make a judgment of several possibilities. That takes time. And even though that you find a strategic idea, there are tactical intermezzos that most likely will happen, and we are looking forward to these kind of difficult positions. Well, I think this will be great. Okay, so let's see what happens. Is this the game? Let's see what happened. Bishop g2. Okay. Okay, did he take here? Is that the game? No, I don't think so. Okay, bishop g2. I think this is the position. So, okay, we leave that and we go to another game just to check out. I said that, of course, we need to take a look at this game as well, because this young guy from Norway, Alham Abrolf, he is, for a long time, he has been a little bit of a hope for Norway. Extremely talented guy, thinking of chess all the time. He has had Simen Agdestein at the Nordic Top Gymnasium, Norsk Top Idrottsgymnasium, as a coach for a long time, and is playing a lot, and so talented. So, and now I think he's actually above 2.5 when it comes to ELO. It's just not showed up yet on the list. So he's a tough guy and a real challenger for Zonis in this tournament. But now it's playing Krukenhauser, that is a strong player, and they go for a sharp battle. As you can, what I see here that I like, that is interesting, is that if you remember yesterday's game, you could see that Abdulf Elam was playing extremely positional strategic game. He even took a slightly worse position in the Caro-Kann with e-take f6, you know, just giving the initiative a little bit, and also a strategic element to white. But on the other hand, more or less all tactics are outruled, and you have like a strategic battle. White got a position where he didn't understand what to do and how to continue. And look at that game, because Elham, Abdulf, slowly, step by step, found slightly better positions for his pieces one by one. You know, he just kept on pressuring, and in the end, the opponents just cracked down. I was very impressed by that game, because this is how grandmasters play, you know. They just, you know, slowly keep up the pressure. Personally, I've lost many games against grandmasters on this level, you know, playing like that. You know, you can feel that, you know, they just, you know, come over you like that. So interesting game for you. If you want to see a good strategic game from yesterday, take a look at Abdul's game. I like that. Today, a completely new strategy, going for e4, going for tactical battle with, you can see here, this is the knight off, and then bishop c4. Okay, this is not the main line, but still we're into these kind of battles where you play some tough games, tactical. So he shows his range. He can play not only the strategic pressure game, but he's also ready to go for tactics. So interesting. Let's see what's happening. e6, okay. Logical, of course. This is, you know, the Fischer line, more or less, you know. Bobby Fischer was the one that was preferring to put the bishop on c4 in quite a lot of the different Sicilian versions. And e6, bishop b3, b5, okay. All of this is, of course, logical. In this position, you can see that black normally either wants to go for taking away the bishop, because this can be very strong on b3 with bishop knight to bd7, knight c5, and so on. Put pressure on the e4 pawn here. White has got several different ideas. Either you go for like bishop e3, queen e2, and castling alongside. You can go for f4, f5, a more strategic idea to force black to play e5, and then you go for the hole that will appear on d5. Or you can play like Elam did in this game. He played bishop g5, bishop b7, and bring out the queen. And this is a little bit of a tricky move, because normally, you know, when you play this type of Sicilians, what you try to do is to bring out the f4 pawn, so you start to threaten to play e5 or f5, these options. But to bring out the queen first has got some advantages. The most obvious one is, of course, that maybe e5 is ready to be played. You know, you can say that if you play this move, you can e5 like this, there will be a threat on the rook on a8. You always have to check out for that move. But another idea is that even after, if you play f4 first in this position, then quite often you follow up with queen f3 and then either queen g3 or queen h3. And now he plays queen f3, ready to go maybe to queen a3 first or queen g3. One of the things I thought about after queen f3 is that if you play bishop b7 now to protect yourself against e5, then white has a typical sacrifice with bishop to e6. And like this, you know, I don't know, maybe like this, you have this type of position, and this is normally very favorable for white in this type of position. You have a great attack, castling alongside, e5, knight d5, pressure on e7. You know, normally black is just falling apart, and not the least as white already has got, I think it's 3 pawns already, yeah. So the compensation is obvious. So here is the first little bit tricky moment of the game. We have queen f3 threatening e5. How should black react? Queen b6, a logical move, because if e5, this is also a standard idea, you know, is that now black can play bishop b7. So even though the knight is threatened by the pawn, you have a threat on the queen on f3. So e5 threatening the rook on a8. It's not so dangerous. Bishop b7, and then there is a threat on e5. Another good thing is, of course, that the queen is hitting against the knight on d4. So the logical move for me is castling alongside, and of course that happened. And now we have an interesting position because quite often either black is staying with the king on e8, or you make a short castle and we will have an attack game with the kings on different sides of the board. And probably, as you know, when it's this type of position with kings on different sides of the board, normally you can just skip all this with strategic ideas, you know, building up positions and so on. Now it's all in for an attack. So this will be interesting to see. Okay, after knight bd7 came, and idea with this move is, of course, to be able to either play knight c5 to take away the bishop. Like I said, this bishop on b3 hitting down to e6 or even f7 is sometimes called the attacking Fischer bishop, because so many times, like I said, this was the favorite version or variant of Fischer, and he loved to put his bishop here to go for an attack somewhere against the king that probably will be on g8 very soon. So to take away this one, that seems like a good idea. Now we have one trick here is, of course, if you take on e6 like this, black has got the chance to, well, you can maybe you can even take here. I don't know if that's possible. I thought about this. Probably you play knight e5 here, and if you take on this and here, now you can see there is a threat on the king, queen, and also you are ready to take on g7, and probably the compensation is not enough because now it will be, from what I can see, it's actually two pieces down, and that should be too much, even if you have some kind of attack. So no, this will not happen. So this is the idea. So okay, what should then the young Norwegian LM Abdul go for? The interesting thing here is that black has not decided where the king should be. Like I said, there are two options. Either you stay in the center with the king, or you make a short castle. Of course, sometimes you even do a long castle in this type of more strategic games of the Sicilian, but that's your stay. And that means that black has not showed his card yet. And the question, you know, normally if you make castling, then comes g4 and h4, and you'll go for an attack with your pawns. But if the king stays, this is not so effective to start to move your pawns on the king's side. So you want to wait a little bit. But then, what move to play? One move that is always good almost is to play king b1, just because quite often there are tricks with a king on c1, you know, maybe you move the knight and there might be a check in between on g5, or even, you know, sometimes when the attack comes, the king is more safe on b1, so that is one move that quite often is played. The other possibility is to prepare in the center, and that is what Alham did. He played rook e1. And now, I said that there is more or less all of the strategic ideas is thrown out when it comes to castling on different sides, or if you attack a king in the center, and yes, that is true. But what we have instead is this kind of pattern recognition of the most common tactical ideas. In this type of position, the standard idea for white is, not the least with the rook on e1 and the king in the center, is at some point to play like knight d5, like this, or go for knight f5, like that. This is a very, very dangerous idea, because if we say like you play, okay, now I just make some moves like bishop b7, knight d5. Now I know that this is not so good because you probably can take with a knight like this, but let's say that you take with a pawn like this, and then the pawn takes like this. Now you can see there is an open line against the black king, and you're ready to play knight f5, knight c6, and so on. And here normally you have some compensation. I don't say it's in this position specifically, because maybe knight e5 is a good move just to, you know, to make something to stop this long line, a long rank against the file against the king on e8. But I just show the basic patterns that you need to have with you what I normally say is you bring your rucksack with you with all the themes, all of these ideas that you have seen before, all the strategic and tactical ideas that you bring with you to the board, and then you try to use them in the best way when you play yourself. So, okay, rook to e1, then we'll see bishop b7. No, this is actually the position. Okay, so this is the position. This is interesting. Because now, what will happen after bishop b7? One idea I had was here. Can you take on e6 with a knight? Is that something to go for? Or bishop take here? We need to check that out. Because I'm still a little bit worried about this, just to see that I don't miss anything. Because this is such an, okay, if you make knight e5, what is happening here? Okay, here we have one interesting. Maybe you don't have to take on g7, because then king f7 was good. What about if white just moves his queen like this? Yeah, this is so typical for this version, because now what you can see here is that white is ready to go to take on g7. We have a position where f4 is about to come maybe. And the king cannot castling either side. Yeah, this is really, really dangerous. And then knight d5 is ready to be brought in. I would be very scared to play this position with black, even though you're a piece up, because all the white pieces are strong, and the king will not find any kind of shelter for the following move. So sorry, rook e1. So this is interesting. Bishop b7 might be very, very dangerous. Then it's only one move left, and that was played in the game. Because I'm pretty sure now when I take a look at this, bishop b7, you take here, take, this is all classical. Yeah. There is one, of course, can you play, the move that I told you about was in this position, instead of bishop, this might also be a position, to play knight c5, is that possible? Just want to see. Could you go for this? Because e5, then I still believe that you just have this mover like this. And I think that this is okay. I cannot say that you have any compensation for this, really. Because even though you can take back, after, let's say that you move the queen here, we have take on e5, probably a rook take. This is not so dangerous normally to have a rook on e5 like that. So, yeah. No, I don't like this. Instead, I believe that rook e1, knight c5, I think white can play in another way. I thought about, can you go for this move here? This is really interesting. As you can see, here you can see all of these tactical patterns. And what you need to do is, first of all, to know them, to identify the possibilities in your position, and then, of course, to calculate which one to go for, in what position, make your pieces ready. And one advice that I always give to the beginners, of course, at least, these talents that have come a little bit farther on, is to invite all your friends to the party. That's what I say. Because normally, what you do is that you force the game with this type of sacrifice with knight f5, first when all your pieces are ready. And in this position, you can see that all the white pieces now are ready. So it's time to start to look for these kind of sacrifices. Okay, so probably that was very dangerous move in this position. If you play knight c5, I think knight f5, because if you take here, I believe what you can do is to take on f6. If you take with a pawn, it's not nice. So you take here, and then we have a check, you can see here, and the rook is hanging down on h8. So this is not nice. So in this position, you need to take with a pawn. And most likely what you do is to go for knight e5, and then you take with a pawn on e4. Yeah, this is so dangerous. Can you see that? Let's say that you take away this one here. You go down with your queen like this. Simply take back, and again, see what a threat you have on the bishop on e7. Okay, so we go back to the game, and of course, black then played castling. And now the question is, how should the attack be given now? Because now, like I said, normally you want to go for g4, h4 and attack with your pawns. But as the queen is a little bit, you know, away in the way for the pawns, I guess that another idea is to continue with this type of sacrificing ideas, or go for e6 or knight f5. I believe we will have soon this some kind of very interesting sacrifice. One is, of course, to go for like something like this, and the queen something like this, and maybe you even go for queen h3 or something like this. And you have a position where the knight will come to d5. You have already 2 extra pawns for the piece with white. The attack is there, probably. Bishop f5 might come, knight d5. You have the rooks ready. So you can try to go for an attack without your pawns, like you normally do when you play with kings on different sides. So, and what I want to do is to take a look at the clocks, because then you can see who is still in his preparatory, his prepared theory. And you can see that LM now is down to 109. So it's been thinking 20 minutes, and that normally shows that he's outside of his preparation. He's, you know, he probably hadn't had this specific position on the board this morning. Probably some moves earlier on, there was diverge from what he had prepared. And yeah, well, yes, this will be interesting to see if he can cope with this position. Because another thing that you should know about the Sicilian is that if you hesitate with white, you probably lose. You cannot, you know, start to try to play safe or something like that, because from a strategic point of view, black has got a little bit better pawn structure than white. This pawn on e4 and so on quite often can be a weakness. And then we have the pawns here ready to go for b4 and so on. So, poof, yes. So this for sure is a game we will come back to. Let's look at this. Okay, so let's go to this Ludwig Karlsson against Felix Bluberger. And like I said, what I think is interesting with this is that Ludwig can play such a good chess when he is the right move. He's still, you know, a little bit up and down in his play, and if you follow his rating list, you can see that, you know, in one list he's going up for 50 points and then a little bit down and so on. Of course, he always, in the long run, he will continue his development. Interesting with Ludwig also, he is one of these Swedes that has moved to Norway to be at this Norwegian top college under the lead of Simen Agdestein, that has been there for a long time. Simen is a close friend of mine, and I think he is, you know, one of these guys that have been the one who has created this wonder of chess in Norway. He's worth all kind of respect. And in this tournament, not only Ellen, like we just saw, Ebderolf is there, Ludwig Karlsson is there, Gustav Törngren is there. We have several players here that is actually coming from Norway to join in for this. And you know, they're practicing chess, I think is 10 to 15 hours per week underneath of this college under the lead of Simen Agdestein. But of course, the thing is normally the environment, you know. You have all these talents together, they meet every day. Normally they even share an apartment. That means chess, training, quantity, and you develop not the least because of that. So, okay, d4, knight f6, knight f3, e6, c4, b6, knight g3. Okay, so we have a classical Indian position with, you know, well, when you choose to play knight f3 instead of knight c3, where you can go for the Nimsu Indian with black, the game will be a little bit more strategic, and white takes it a little bit slower than the opening, not going for a hit, but actually just to build up a good position. So, okay, bishop b7, and in this type of middle games, the key is the square e4 normally. The idea is that, okay, black has given up those pawns to white, c4 and d4, but as long as white has not moved this pawn on e2 to e4, black is normally okay. So that's why in Nimzo Indian, the knight on c3, it's, you know, you have the bishop on b4, you have to take away the possibility of e4. You have the knight on f6, you know, supporting e4. You have the bishop on b7, supporting e4. And, you know, you have a battle about this square. And, well, interesting games, because you have two different strategies. That means dynamics and difficult positions to play. So, okay, so bishop g2. This idea is, of course, that the bishop is ready to support the e4 square. And sometimes there's also some tactical things with the knight moving away, and you have the long diagonal like this. Bishop b4, this is quite often a move that you play just to disturb a little bit, because after knight c3, we are into this type of Nimzo Indian, and then maybe even knight e4 is a strong move to put pressure on the c3. So you instead, what is the classic is that you play bishop d2, and if you take the bishop takes back, you either take with the queen or with a knight, and you know, maybe a little bit easier game for white. So yeah, but it took, okay, because sometimes in this position what you do is that you may sometimes you even go back to e7 in this type of positions, and then white normally have to do some kind of move with a bishop anyway, because the bishop is not good on d2, so bishop g5 or something like that. But let's see, take on d2, queen to take on d2, castling, castling. And now, okay, we have a position where, again, we have control of the e4 square, so in that sense, black is okay. But beside that, the typical idea is that instead of playing like d5, that is, you know, if you play like d5 here, we are more going into some kind of queen's gambit game. But the problem now is that then this bishop will be on the same diagonal as the bishop here, but after, for example, e5, it's this bishop dominating the b7 one. White probably have got a little bit of an edge in this position, I guess. D5 is quite not often played in this position. One reason is, of course, also that you want to put your pawns on a different color than your bishops. And in this case, that means that black should put up his pawns on the black squares, like d6 instead. And, you know, what you try to do normally is d6, queen e7, e5, or c5. That's the classical way to play. So d6 was played, a normal move, and then I guess queen e7, knight b d7, or the other possibility is to go for c5. So the key moves are c5 or e5 for black in this position. So queen d3 was okay, queen d3, because, you know, the queen is not perfectly placed on d2 because the knight can come to e4. Another thing is that, like I said, sometimes there is this trick with knight g5, and after knight c3 here, you are ready, in the next move, you are ready to go for e4 and get this perfect center like this. So, okay, c5. So, okay, I like that. Like I said, it's logical to put pressure on in the center. Knight c3 came like this. Okay. Here, I mean, you can take on d4 here, and then we have maybe something like this, and you know, it's like then you have black will put his pawns on the 6th rank and put the queen on c7, knight b d7, a6, rook d8, and so on. And we have this type of battle, and this c4 pawn might be a weakness, so probably okay for black. But knight c3, knight c6 is also logical. Now, quite often what white wants to do, and that's why I thought about taking on d4, is d5 in this type of positions. And the reason for that is that if white then can follow up with e4, then this bishop here, that is now in a way a good bishop because it's hitting against the white pawns that is on the same color as itself. But one problem is that this can also be a problem for the white bishop when e4 comes, because it's just hitting on d5 and cannot do anything else. So this colleague on g2 that looks like it's not so good because all the white pawns will be on the white squares, has got quite often better possibilities because white has more, you know, more space, And this bishop can go to h3, maybe even sometimes. And of course, the other idea, move away the bishop, the knight, and go for e4, f4. And suddenly this bishop might be strong, supporting the center. So the question is, of course, then the idea with this is to go for knight b4. And then you have, I thought about knight d2, for me was logical here, take on d5. Now we have come to a classical idea also, and that is to play knight h4 in this position. You should know, I must confess that I am not so into the latest theory when it comes to openings. This is what happened when you go from being a player before to becoming a trainer, because that's what I've been doing for the last 20 years, to be a trainer to all of these talents and others. And what you lose normally is two things. You lose the ability to calculate very strongly and correct. And the other thing you lose is the knowledge of the latest fashion in the openings. So what I know is the strategic ideas, and I know some theory, mostly about 20 years old, but sometimes it's good enough. Okay, so but this is a typical idea of the position, because here you couldn't take back on d5 like this, of course, because then probably you can just take the pawn, I guess. Yeah, knight bd take like this, and if you go for this, what is happening then? Yeah, probably just take on c3, go for this, and rook b8. Okay, that's enough. Black will be a pawn up. So okay, so this is not, so knight b4. I just want to check here. I take knight h4. What is this position like? What will black do now? Is this the idea to get knight e4 here? Because if you play something, I mean, if you play, for example, knight rook e8, this is a position that I prefer to play white in this position, because a3 will, because now this is not a threat anymore against this pawn. The knight is ready to go to f5. You have a3, and this knight here will have to go back to a6. e4 will come, maybe f4, and so on. I really prefer white in this position. So there must be something else that is planned in this position. So d5, knight b4, knight d2, take on d5 and knight h4. I guess it's this move, knight e4 coming here. This is, yeah, take here, take here. It's a bit strange position, this, because white is a pawn down, but as you can see, if you go back to c6, you take on d e4, so he has to go to a6. So black is a pawn up, but for sure there are some compensation in this position. Not the least this move, after this move, because if you play d5, maybe you can see the trick. Here you have this trick, and we have a fork on the king and the queen, and we have a piece up for white. So this is a classical theme as well in the position. So let's see here. So I guess e4, knight a6, knight f5. Cannot play d5, probably something like this. And okay, what is this like, this position? A bit strange. And the problem is, of course, if you take here, and rook d8 is strong, I guess. Rook a d1. Well, okay, I cannot say. I think this is, chess is difficult, at least for a human being, or at least for me. So I cannot say. I would say that, because it's a bit strange, this knight here is a bit strange, probably something like this. But on the other hand, this knight here, it's also a bit away from the action. I think white has got a slightly better game here, but it's, I cannot say how much better it is, but for sure it is. Okay, so let's see what happened in the game. b3 was played instead. Here, okay, queen e7, rook a d1, okay, that's logical, but build up. Like I said, c take d4, then knight take d4, and you are ready to go for the d6 pawn. It's not really dangerously attacked, because you can rook d8 and so on. But, well, we have a strategic battle with this type of structure, a little bit different from white to black. So interesting in this position. Okay, here we have an interesting move. Now we have a change of structure with d5. That is a commitment to play, because now the center will, there is a great risk that this will be changed. Either it could be white having hanging pawns, or it can be black having hanging pawns. With having hanging pawns, I mean you have like a pawn on c5 and d5 and no pawns on b6 and e6. And you know, you have some kind of possibilities to move forward your pawns, but what white will do then is to show that those are actually a weakness and not a strength. Here also, it's this with these bishops here. Which bishop is the one that has got the better chances in this position to put pressure on the opponent? What black can do is also to take on c4, b takes c4, take on d4 and so on, and try to make an isolated pawn on c4 that you can try to put pressure on. So this is a really challenging position and moment, and now the players really need to analyze and to understand which type of middle game do they want, what should the structure look like, what should you do. So here you can say, so for me it feels like white either, okay, you can maybe play e3 and you have more or less a symmetrical position, but I would certainly go for something like d takes c5 in this position. That looks like a normal move for me, because somehow it feels like with the black bishop away, this, if you take back with a pawn here, there is a possibility that this can be a weakness, you know. So for example, if you take here, you go for this, like this, and now you can say, okay, you can even take here. So what is happening here? I need to, So probably here you take, do you take here maybe? What do you do with that? You go for this one, take, you have this move, okay. Knight b4, there we have the idea to go for take on d5 or something like that, but yeah, it's a bit interesting, this position, I guess, you know, because if you you know, here if you take here, then the pawn is, you know, ready to go for there, and you can go for knight h4 again, and you have this bishop here, and white probably wins a pawn. So this seems to be a little bit better for, so I want to check here, what is happening here? Isn't that a good move to take on c5? It's so logical to me. Say, and if he takes like b takes c5, c takes d5, you take d5, and if you take, I see, okay, now I see the idea. I'm sorry, I'm a bit slow, I'm sorry for that, but the idea is, of course, you know, I thought that this was okay, but you have this great move, knight d4 in this position, because now hitting against the queen on d5, and you are ready to go for the pawn on e2, and black should not have any you know, difficulties in this position. You are active, you know, the pawns are away. Okay, maybe a small weakness here, but with the knight here, it's not bad, because you can follow it up with rook e8. You have a long, you have a long good diagonal with the bishop here, so I would watch out for that. Okay, so d5, well, it came, d takes c5. Like I said, this is a logical move. The question is, what other possibilities do we have? We have knight to take b4 again, maybe directly. I need to check out. Now the question is what to play. Can you play this move? Queen e3. It's a bit strange, but b take, knight take, okay, pawn take, take, and maybe like this, or queen d2 or something like that, and we have a position where white should be slightly better due to this one, because now we have a position where white can actually, no, as you saw the other position where I said it was not so dangerous, was then this pawn was away, because then this bishop is much stronger, hitting on f3. So yes, this is, yeah, this should be slightly better for white, because you can put the knight on e5, c4, can block it, and then you can start to press against e5. So, okay, I guess that this move, this game will continue for quite a while. I think that maybe white can get a small edge in the position if he plays correctly. My feeling is that it's white a little bit slightly better in the position. If black keeps his nerves under control, maybe he can find a position where he has good enough strategic elements on his side to keep the balance. But let's find another game. Okay, so Let's go to, we had this game between the two talents Edvin Trost and Vigner Vatnar Stefansson. Like I said, those are probably the most promising players of each their countries. Vigner Vatnar was won last year this tournament, so he's obviously very strong. He's already in IM, going for a GMT title, trying to become GM. He's on his way. I think he plays very good chess. I've seen it. Edvin is a little bit younger, born I think 2007, 15 years old, already 23-47, on his way up. Very promising. I have worked with him in several years, and he's got real talent, and not the least, but it's most important for these guys, a genuine interest for chess. He's thinking chess, he's breathing chess. And you should know that this is what I'm always looking for when I look for talents. It's not only, actually the ability to calculate, the understanding and so on, but the devotion and the interest, the motivation to develop. That is what you want to find. Those people who can't stop thinking of chess, loving chess, because that's what you need if you are going to put in all this hard work that it takes to become really good in chess. Okay, no, enough talking. Let's see what happened. Okay, so d4, e6, c4, d5. We have a classical Queen's Gambit on the way, knight f3, but now we have the Slav strategy, and of course also here maybe this can be transformed to with this kind of structure with f5. Black has not played knight f6 yet. So there is this possibility to move the pawn to f5 as well. So okay, queen c2. Okay, let's see. Okay, it took on c4, because in this type of this kind of semi-Slav, the Slav structures and so on. And this is, by the way, when you have this kind of c6, d5, e6, or a good strong center for black. Okay, white has got a little bit more space. I believe that there are several finesses to think about, which structure to go for, which type position you want, because black can take on c4, white can keep it, black can play b6, bishop b7, go for c5. There are so many finesses and structures and middle games position that you can reach from this, in a way, very simple start of the game. So it's a lot of, can be a lot of thinking in this, So okay, queen c2. Black took immediately on c4, and the classical idea after queen to c4 is that black will play sometimes b5, bishop b7, and then c5. Try to go for that, and then you have the good bishop on the long diagonal, and this will be released a little bit cramped position that black has got for the moment. So okay, so knight f6, okay, that's okay, g3, logical, and now comes, like I said, b5. Ready to put the bishop on b7 and try to push c5. And white has got different strategies. Either, okay, you let black play this c5 and you go for this kind of more open structure, or you have another idea. It's actually to try to keep this c5 down and to try to make this bishop cramped back behind these pawns on c6, e6, and b5 and so on. So, okay, queen c2 came, bishop b7, bishop g2, knight bd7, you can see, preparing for c5. Also, you can also, of course, follow up with rook c8 and c5, or queen b6 or something like that, if necessary. And now white need to show his strategy. What should you do? Should you allow black to play c5? One way of playing is sometimes that you play a4, just to, to stress this structure a little bit. And if you cannot play c5, because then the b5 pawn is hanging. If you take it, you get a bit strange pawn structure. If you play b4, then might be the white square on c4. So a4, b4, and sometimes this can be an idea to go for this with white. But Edvin chose knight to e5, and yeah, well, for me that looks normal as well. This is another strategy. It's actually to open up for the bishop on g2 down to b7, and like what has happened in the game, take on e5, take on e5, and knight d5. Now you have a double pawn for white, an extra pawn for black on the queen side. But this pawn gives white some more space in the center. And not the least, you know, if you castle, black brings out the bishop castling, then you will have e4, f4, f5 sometimes. It also keep down the black pieces, the pawn on e5. Knight c3, knight e4, and go for the black holes as well. It's possible. So it will be an interesting strategic battle here. Knight c3 came. Okay, I like that. Because now c5 is not possible, it's hanging on b5, huh? And yeah, to take on c3, queen takes c3 doesn't solve this problem with this long diagonal here. Then you really need to have an idea. So in a way, what Edwin is doing now is actually to play against these moves c5, and quite often that is a theme through the middle game. If black managed to release the tensions with c5, he's okay. If not, white can be better. So it's an interesting strategic battle that most likely will follow. So okay, rook c8, that's very logical. This is also something you could look for in your own games, is that even though we can see there are several pieces in between the rook and the queen, quite often it's quite good to have the rook on the same file as the opponent's queen, because there might be some tactical, you know, possibilities that will arise, you know, for, you know, if knight take d5, suddenly c take d5, and it's a clearance on the file. So yep, a logical move. Castling, of course you need to do that. Bishop e7. And now, okay, what should you do here? The move immediately that comes to mind for me is knight e4. The reason for that is that quite often, you know, this is a good square. You're not ready here and so on. Of course, you need to take into account what is happening on c5, like this. I need to check out, need to understand. Yeah, that's the logical move. But my idea was, because what I was looking for, like something like h4, but maybe it's even, you can even play this immediately. Is that possible? Need to check out. I don't, you know, chess is difficult. I need to think about it, because now it's a tactical. Well, maybe this is too hard. I don't know. Okay, 94. Because one idea is, of course, you remember yesterday I said that one of the key strategic ideas is that you always think about which pieces to swap and which pieces to keep. And in this position, there is no doubt that if you could, as white, swap these bishops, look at the holes in the black position, because this is really a key position, a key square, d6, black squares here. The knight could go to c5, and that was my idea, again, also to threaten a little bit here, to go to c5 with your knight. But not the least, bishop g5 is something you want to do. And my idea here was to go for bishop g5, no, well, sorry, knight to e4. This was okay, castling. And again, now you have, yeah, maybe this move even, you know, this is quite dangerous. Can you play knight c5 here? Aha, you maybe have b3, okay. So I don't know. Okay, let's take a look at the game instead, because these are, you know, the strategic possibilities that you are looking for. Can you try to go for this idea to go to g5, swapping up bishops, knight e4 to try to take control of the black squares? Could you go for e4, f4 or something like that? Okay, this is everything that you need, all of these ideas, or a4. This is something you should bring with you to the game in your rucksack, in your spine to go for. And here, let's take a look at rook d1. Like this. Okay, logical, threatening e4, of course, as you can see, because like I said also with this rook, and now it's ready to go for the queen. So what happened? Queen c7, going for the pawn on e5. Okay, logical move, I like that. Now the question is what Edwin is playing now, because, well, that's why I had problems with this move on rook d1. That's why I wanted to go for knight to e4, but it felt like you put more pressure on. Now this is a little bit of a problem, because f4 here, I don't really like that move, because you have this long diagonal here. Maybe there is just give a check, you know, on b6. It's a bit annoying, you know, king h1. And I don't know, even maybe even knight e3 more. But you have problems here with, you know, the black squares. I don't like this. So queen c7. So what Edwin did, he actually took on d5. That was a bit of a surprise for me, because then, you know, I think that black has solved most of his problems in the position. But okay, I look at the time as well. Edwin has thought about, he's already down to 48 minutes, and Wigner is has only been thinking for 15 minutes. But of course, you have the increment time as well, but still that shows that Edwin is out of his preparation. And I have a feeling that he does not really know how to cope with the strategic elements in the best way. So what you do then, if you don't really know the theory and so on, normally you play safe. So it might be a good choice just to, you know, take a position where, you know, you swap the pieces, and this is what's happening, and you have a more or less an equal position. Here I guess that bishop e3, for example, like this, threatening down on a7, rook c1 will come. This is still maybe white has got some small chances in this position, you know. So, okay, maybe this is a really good choice, because again, I spoke about that yesterday when there was this big gap between the players. The better player really needs to win the game. You know, they want to win and they are ready to take risks for that. So if you just start to swap up pieces, try to get a good strategic position, you can be sure of that your opponent, the higher rated opponent, will do something. They will try to take risks and so on. And if you wait and be smart, you will get your chance. So that can be one way of dealing with a situation where you are the lower rated player. So, okay, knight take d5. Let's continue. C take d5. Queen takes c7. Rook takes c7. This is the game. And from my point of view, bishop e3 is a very logical move. Going for the pawn on a7. Going for rook ac1. Yeah. Okay, of course, you need to make a little bit of a calculation, because if you go down here, hitting both pawns, but I would be very worried, for example, just to go for maybe this move, you know, to try to, you know, and if there is a take on e2, it's even, you know, you're ready to go for bishop f1 maybe, you know, and the king has not come to safety yet. Yeah, this is on, oh yeah, the coast comes down, threatening the bishop, and, you know, you cannot protect it. You go down, there is a check. So, okay, this is simply winning for white. So it's not possible. So this is not a good move. So bishop e3 is very logical, and I believe that white has got a small edge. Okay, let's say that you go for a6 in this position. Rook d, you play something like this. And now, what do you do? Do you play like this maybe? c6 just to try to get up with a king, and rook change, swap here. Okay, I think that, okay, if you have not got anything else, you have to play like this, bishop d4, king d, I will play like this. And I think this is a rather equal position. I cannot say that anyone has got any advantage here, really. Not, you know, okay, maybe you can, with white e3, bishop f1, and try to go for this structure here, but with a4 at the right moment. But I still think that this should be okay for black, this. So my feeling is that it is a slight edge for, no, this is not the position, this is the position. I believe there is a slight edge for Edwin is in this position, but most likely I think that black can hold if you just keep, you know, find a way to develop the king from e8, and also, yeah, it should be okay. Should be okay, you know, with some exact moves, it should be okay for black, I guess. You know, I thought about maybe this move actually, you know. You can play b4, it could be a suggestion, because if you take here, you can play bishop a6, I guess, huh? Going for this pawn. And if you get this pawn, you have no problems at all with black, maybe. Because if this one is gone, then you have a strong pawn on d5. So yeah, I wouldn't go for this. So b4 might be this you know, exact move that will level the position. And this is, you know, normally this is what it's all about, to find these key positions, these critical moments, and you find the best move. I don't know for sure, you know, of course, if this is the right move. I just say that here, with some exact good moves, I think black can hold. So let's find another position. Why not we go back to this game between Francesco Zonis and Siam Pandel? And you remember probably that we had this interesting position after castling. Actually, Queen A5. I think it was this position where we left, and I said the question is how Black should continue in this position, and he found Queen A5. Okay, protecting the D5, not yet giving up on knight take 3-3, and also protecting this D5 pawn, putting some pressure. I guess castling came. Yes, it did. Then knight takes C3. He had to play knight takes C3. And you have this position. And now, yeah, you actually played E6. Okay, for me, after E6, we have some kind of strange French game almost, but with the bishop on G7 where it's not good. So, I mean, white must have some kind of advantage in this position. Not the least, that's the so obvious idea to play F4 and, you know, threatening to go for an attack with F5. These pieces are away from the black king, so, you know, Queen D2, F4, go for an attack. I'm for sure this must be slightly better for white, this position. So I don't really like this. Maybe simply it is a good preparation by Francesco Zonis. Probably you remember that in this critical situation where he played bishop G2 and so on, he had only used the increment time. So, you know, he had 1 hour and 30 minutes, and now has started to think white. That means that they are out of theory, and normally that means that black has made some kind of small inaccuracy that is not in line with the latest theory, because now also, and not the least, that you can see that white is slightly better him. So, okay, Queen D2. What I like with this is, like I said before, this is the queen is ready to go for either. You can of course play bishop H6, and sometimes trying to swap off the only defender of the black king at the moment and make use of the back squares. Also, like when in the other game I said you wanted to understand which pieces to swap off, and in this position you can say that this bishop is hitting in their own pawns. So, and this bishop is the strong bishop normally. Now the problem is that it's hitting on E5, so it's not good at the moment, but it might be after maybe, you know, rook D8 and bishop F8 or something like that. But okay, so B5, yeah. My question when I saw this now was, where is the black, the counter attack for black? Because you cannot just wait. If white, F4, ready to go for F5 and so on. For sure, I would be afraid that I, just been dying on the king's side, and that the attack will go through. So, okay, B5. You must do something. Go for it. Okay. And now the question is, with this move played, you also actually have the C5 for white. Can you see? With rook C1 and go for C5 and on here and move away the knight and go for take here. So I think white has got, because this bishop is also like I said, bad. So this could be a possibility to go for this and then go with the bishop to F1 and start to put pressure on the queen side, if you like. Even though of course or at least I try to be an attacking player when I play. I prefer to go for F4 and so on. Let's see what happened in the game. Did he play rook D1? Is that the game? Maybe, yeah. I guess so. This is played, yeah. Okay, so rook FD1, protecting on D4, making, possible to go for bishop H6. B4 came. Knight E2, okay, logical. And now I guess that what black wants to do is to go for A6 with the bishop, hitting on E2 and make, probably just want to swap on E2 to get rid of this bad bishop on C8. We'll take a look. Queen B, okay, logical move again, because another idea for black is to play knight A5, knight C4, or A5, A4 and try to create something on the queen side, so then that's okay. So bishop G5. Okay, yeah, I like this move as well, because what is happening now is that you are threatening to play either bishop F6 at some moment, just to swap it off in an even better, because then you cannot take, because then the pawn takes and you're threatening to give checkmate with queen H6. Or if the knight moves, you even have queen E7, bishop E7 and go for to come up this way. So let's take a look what happened. Bishop a6. I think he moves his bishop. Yeah, he moved the knight. And now, with knight to g3, there's no doubt that white shows his intention to go for an attack, because the only reason to put the knight on g3 is that you want to support f4, f5. That's the idea. One thing I thought about also about this putting the bishop on g5 is that after f6, that might be the only way not to be crushed on the king's side. Now, I said bishop f6 or f4, f5, that might come in the couple of the moves. Then, you know, this is knight is supporting. After f6, take and take, and bishop take and rook take. You have these weaknesses and the you know, the holes in the black position, the black squares. And the rook on d1, suddenly you see the idea is that it's protecting the d4 pawn, you know, that you could move away the knight, and if f6 is played, you swap the bishops, and this is not under attack. So, okay, f6 came, take on f6, bishop take, 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 and we have this type of position. Okay, and what about this position? What is it like? First of all, what I see when I see this position is that it is white has got the long-term advantage. Because of these pawns here, you can see the pawns like this, on the same color as this bishop here. There are the black holes here, and if white can, you know, just keep it simple, put up pressure and so on, it must be slightly better in this position. Black's idea is, of course, to make use of the double rooks on the f-file and this pawn here on f2. And, you know, to hope for that this is a counterplay that, you know, and also you have, of course, f4, you know, but this g4 is a little bit of a disadvantage because it also leaves this square, f4 square, for, you know, double rooks and put the rook on f4, put pressure on d5. So d4, so I like that. Now comes a move that I like. He played queen e3. The idea with this is both to keep an eye on e6, so that rook f4, there's always check on e6. But also, this is the weak spot, the f2 square. Then you want to be able to play rook to d2 to defend it. And then you need to move the queen to e3. So that's why. And now, okay, I thought about that. Because right now the question is how black could make his pieces come to life. Right now, this knight here is okay. It's threatening to go to d4, but you know, knight a5 to make it even more active. Then you just play b3, and you know, it's not in the favor of black. One other idea that sometimes occurs is to try to go for e5, but with this bishop hitting on the d5 pawn, I cannot see that this is a realistic idea. Knight e7 came. Rook d2, protecting. Okay, I like that. That's good. But where is the knight go? Okay, maybe this c8, d6. Is that possible? Let's see what's happening. Okay, I like that. Okay, the king queen, of course, is protecting the e6 pawn as well now, so rook f4 might come. But you know, there's not. It's a strange position for the knight. You know, you don't want to have it in e7. You need to find a new route for it. And one route that would be to try forward, but then you need forward, but then you need to go 5, and then suddenly this would be h5, so that this can happen, either. Rook e1, very logical, very right. This is the problem with this position. It is that white has such a good structure. In the long run, white could win this game, can build up the position, just play slow, black queen to play the counter. And I cannot see that you have an obvious way of making your pieces come to life better than you do. One threat, of course, that you have. Now I understand also this with knight e7 in this position. Of course, you are threatening to play g5 and take on e6, and you need to cope with that. So that's also why, you know, knight e7 was played. But that's why probably, because there are no clear route to make it better and so on. Let's go on. Rook e1, bishop c8. Oh, okay, have to protect it. Couldn't see any reason why to keep the bishop on a6 where he can't do anything. So at least now it's down to c8 to protect the pawn. Okay. So when I saw this position, I thought that, okay, here, no doubt, white has got a better game. But it's not obvious how to strengthen the pieces, because this bishop here is hitting against d5. And it's hard to say that, okay, sorry. It's hard to say that you can do anything on that, you know. This knight is actually, it cannot find any good square to go to advance and put pressure. So what a good question, you know, when you play chess is always to ask yourself, which is my worst placed piece? Then you try to find a way to make it better. Quite often that very simple question can give you the ideas of, you know, the plan to go for and how to continue. And in my position here, I would try to say, okay, I have my knight here. How can I, where do I want it? How can I bring it on? And of course, what you would like to do is, you know, like put it on e5 or something like that. Look, what a lovely knight it would be on e5. Can you say that? But, you know, knight f1, knight h2, knight f3, knight e5, do you really have time for that? Well, I don't know. Could be now when the bishop has moved from here, you know, before when it was an a6, is, you know, probably it would have swapped it off, the bishop, the knight on f1, if you had played that in that position. Now when it's back, so I don't know, maybe that's a possibility. You know, knight f1, knight h2, knight f3, and knight e5. That is one way of thinking. But again, always when you have this slow maneuvering, when, well, like I said, this strategic idea of, okay, which one is your worst piece? What you have to do then is to think about, okay, now I take back my knight from g3 to f1. I have this strategic idea to go to f3, h2, f3, e5, but it takes many moves. Does black have any way to challenge me while I try to do this? Okay, that was a strange move. h4. Okay, because from my point of view, okay, you know, I said in the beginning, I said, well, in the middle game, I said that the typical idea for white was to go for an attack. But with the swap bishops, with his weaknesses, and, you know, you have these black holes and so on. For me now, it's time to change from attack to go for, you know, a more strategic idea. Because this, you know, white has got the strategic trumps, triumphs on his hand. And h4, you know, okay, you still go for the attack, but what I do not like with that is that, you know, black has got all the pieces ready on the king's side. Is it really correct now to start to go for an attack? Because h5, and if you take on g6, the knight will take, and okay, bring the pawn down to h6 to keep the king down might be a possibility, but I don't know. I like this move. He played queen to d6, also logical to make this a little bit better. a5 is ready. a5, yeah, he continued. He played h5 here. Because these pieces, I mean, these pieces, it's, you know, I mean, even if you take on g6, maybe you take back with a pawn, and, you know, g5, do you really want to play that? Because then suddenly the knight can come up to f5. So for me, this plan is a bit strange. Okay, so can you play this move, knight c6? Just to try to make it a little bit better. What is white doing here? Take here, take here. Is there any danger here? I mean, the queen is even, you know, can even be to f4 now. And this is, somehow, it feels like, you know, who am I to say? You know, Francesco Zonis is, you know, done before in the world under 20. Who am I to criticize his games? But from my point of view, I don't think this is so impressive now, because these pieces still are not able to join in an attack. The rook's here now ready. You have some control over f4. I think that he has lost the thread a little bit with this. I would stay here and try to instead improve my worst placed piece. It's a typical idea. But okay, let's follow. Somehow it felt like white had a better game, and now he has lost the thread. We'll see. Okay, we must go back to this interesting game here, because we had, you remember, we had this critical position here. And I said that the question is how white should continue here. Should it be like moving the queen away? Should it be h3 or g3 or something like that? e5, then bishop b7. I get this one. Can you do that? Suddenly I thought about that move, because t might, okay, maybe that's not, okay, maybe that's not. So what happened was castling, he played, okay, bishop to e3. I said before that the classical idea is to run with the pawns when you go for you know, this type of middle games with the kings on different sides. And by, you know, taking back the bishop, what he wants to do is, first of all, of course, you threaten to take on e6, and we have this threat on the queen on b6. But beside that, this open up for g4, g5, that might be an idea to play. But it seems, on the other hand, I don't really like to have it on the same file as the rook on e1. So, okay, now, well, let's say, knight c5 is the move I like to play here, just to get rid of that great bishop, you know. What does white, what does white have got here? Okay, e5, bishop b7. Okay, maybe we have this type of idea to take here. Bishop take f3, take here. What's this position like? Take here. Take, take, take. How is this position? Now we have a rook. What have we got here? I get confused. We have 3 pieces against the queen. Huh? We have 2 bishops and a knight against the queen. But black has got 1 pawn also. And normally you should know that 3 pieces like the, you know, bishops and knights, and you compare it with the queen, normally this is slightly better for the pieces. But in this position, what I'm really a bit worried about is that black has got, first of all, 1 pawn as well, but also that these pieces here have got some problems in finding good posts. And black can maybe continue also, you know, with b4, or take the bishop on b3, the strong bishop here, move on. It's a difficult position to judge, actually. Probably a very, very interesting game will arise from this one. But let's see here. Bishop e3 was played. Now he played bishop b3. Yeah, he played queen b7. Okay. You know, taking away e5 possibility and going away from this diagonal that was ready to go in knight e6 and so on. But of course, what makes it a bit strange is that it's on this diagonal when normally you want to have your bishop. On the other hand, I guess that black's idea will be knight c5 to go for this pawn here. So let's see what happened. Queen g3. Okay. Queen g3. And now the logical move must be, oh yeah, of course you can play, maybe, you know, the threat here often is bishop h6, but here you have either king h8 is a normal move, or knight c5 and so on. That is a possibility, of course. And if you take here, that we just take a look quickly here. This looks very, very dangerous. I guess you take it like this, because now if you, my idea was if you go like this, you can play queen g6, and you know, you save your queen and also you're protecting g7, so that is not something you want to do. So just take a look at this position. What is happening here? How is this? What can you do with white? Maybe you can go for this move. Okay, bishop f4, queen g6. Okay, white has got this move. That's very strong, because what can happen here is that if you take like this, I guess you take with the bishop or yeah, well, okay, what does okay, yeah, okay, take G3, take here, then you, I guess you play like this, so take on E6, and you have this bishop is threatened, and then you have this great diagonal, so you have a lot of play here with white probably just winning, you know, immediately, because it's hard to protect this one, I guess. Yeah, you can try something like this, but you know, this looks very dangerous. Okay, just maybe simply like this. This is just winning. So okay, so Queen G3. What happened now was Knight C5. Okay. Now you have to watch out. What's happening? Bishop H6. Okay, going for the attack. Need to protect it. Knight E8. Okay, protecting here. Now, you know, I feel this kind of played king to B1. Very, very sophisticated move. Now my question is, now it's a very, very tense position. It's a very critical game, critical situation. And if you look at the time, no doubt they are out of their preparations and they are on their own. And you have this very, very hard position to judge. The question is if you should, what should you do here? Should you protect yourself with this move? Bishop F6? To go for this, put the bishop better, that is logical for me. You know, it seems, but what is this position actually? So F4, can you play B4 here? What's happening here? This is so, oh yeah, this is so tense position. You know, there are, see, this type of probably something, this kind of sacrifice might come, you know, like this, you know. And what is this like? This is such a difficult, well, I don't know. This might be winning immediately, you know. You have E5 ideas and so on. He's really playing tough game today, Abdul. I like that. Okay, King B1, just let's take a look here. But Bishop F6 to protect on G7 an extra time. Because now, you know, the... Okay, I can see now. He played Bishop D7. That looks really, really dangerous. The first move that comes to mind is this move. Knight F5. Now threaten to take on G7. If you take here like this, you have, I guess you can do Knight, okay, you can even, maybe you can even play like this. Take on F5. And now you threatens to take the queen, the bishop on E7. And if you move it, you know, you can take on E8. So, oh, this is sharp. This is a very sharp position. I need to check it out again. You take on E5. Take on E5 like this. Bishop F6. What is happening here? Knight to D5. You can see now it's a threat to take on E8 and F6. Play like this, most likely. Okay, look at this. You just take here. Because you cannot take with a knight, because then it's checkmate. And if you take like this, this is hanging here. So this is not possible. Oh, this is really, really dangerous. Knight F5 is a nice move, you know. I like this move. What a great attacking move this is. Bishop D7 somehow, it felt, this position, it felt Bishop D7 must be something strange with that move. It just, because here you need to, you know, calculate with all these sacrifices, and not the least, you need to protect this pawn. So for me, this is, you know, it's so logical to me to play this move. Oh, that was strange. Okay, so anyway, how can black defend this position? Of course, I guess you need to take it down. If you do not take it, you know, if you play bishop F6 like this, what's happening then? Yeah, probably just take here, take on D6. Knight take D6, like this, and rook take D6. You can see that the white pieces are very strong, and you threatens to play E5. Maybe on this one, can you even play E5 now? Is that possible? Do you see? Yes, this looks good. You have a guest. Fantastic. We have a guest. I'm happy for that. Now we just need to check out. Okay, so 2 seconds. I'll just see if I can press 5. Okay. So you're welcome. I just tried because I am, I'm not used to this all this stuff here. So I try to find out how to do this. Tune up. Okay, we'll do it like this.
May I take a seat already?
Yeah, sure. That's fine. Yeah, you take the seat. And I guess we have. No, this is the way to do it. No, I need to find out where to sit, so that you are in line as well.
Yeah.
So, hello.
Hi, Jesper.
Who are you?
I'm Felix.
Yes, you're Felix Blåberg.
From Austria.
From Austria, yes. You are one of the grandmasters of this tournament.
Yes.
And I heard that you played a very good game yesterday.
Yeah, at least I thought so. It's usually like when I think myself I played a very nice game, then I check with the engine and then I'm a bit less optimistic. But
you know, the engines are dangerous. So, okay.
But still, I'm quite happy about yesterday, and also today I had a quick game. So
okay.
Which is always nice when you have a double round.
Yeah, of course, of course. So let's take a look at your game for today. I have several games to follow, so it's not so easy to do that. But you had a quick win today against Ludwig Carlsson. And actually, this is one of the games I followed.
Oh, okay.
And the reason for that is that I know Ludwig so well because I've been training him since he was a kid. And now he's in Norway at this NTG. I don't know if you know about this.
Is it like the chess school? Or?
Yeah, that is like the chess college. It's been there for almost 20 years. It's Simon Agdestein who is the coach, and Magnus was there and so on. So almost all of the top players in Norway have been there. And we have some kind of cooperation, Sweden and Norway. So and in this tournament we have like Elam, Adolf, and So we have all the Norwegian players are there, of course, and then we have some Swedes that are trying to get in as well. So I know, and Ludwig is. I said that before the game that he's like this. He can play fantastic chess when he's at the top, and then it's sometimes so. But before we start, can you just tell a little bit about yourself and your chess career and where you are today?
Yeah, like I already feel a bit old since it's like my last year here, since I'm 20 already.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
But you have been here before.
Time is run. Yeah, I've been here 2 years ago. And I really liked it. I think the playing conditions are absolutely fantastic. Like there's so much space in the playing hall. Everything's clean. They provide coffee and things. Some snacks, so it's really fantastic.
Yeah, we do our best, to try to provide you with what we can.
We really, like the players can really feel that also, like Carl puts all his heart in the organization, so I mean, that's really nice of the player to see this.
I'm very happy to hear that. So, okay, that's great. And so you said you feel a bit old, but what are you doing today? Are you some kind of professional, or what do you do?
Yeah, I finished school 2 years ago, and since then I've been only focusing on chess. Mostly as a player, but I also started giving lessons like a few months ago. I also make some online courses. One course I made on the night of defense, sorry, 1 year ago. And
is it like a Chessable or something like that, or is it a private?
Yeah, now I'm actually working for Chessable on a course. It will be named Soragosin.
Okay, that's great.
Topic,
yeah.
And otherwise, I'm playing, and I'm also second of a top player. So
yeah, that's nice. So, are you going to continue to be a professional? Do you try to find your way of living off chess, or what is your plan?
I think the future will tell.
Future will. I like that. The future will tell. So the question is, if you find the results, and you develop.
Yeah, if you stay on 2500, it will not be a long-term solution to live really from playing. I mean, I really enjoy coaching, so that might be a solution, but
Yeah, normally, quite a lot of the players, they have to make a choice, should I go, normally you go for all in. I tried to do a little bit like that, but I gave up quite soon because I realized I probably would not be further. So I swapped to become a trainer instead 25 years ago. So that's quite common, But of course, I think you should go all in. Do you have a trainer, or do you have any kind of environment where you're training?
Yeah, actually the Austrian team, like all of the Austrian top players are working with each other quite a lot.
Oh, that's nice.
Which is, I think, quite uncommon. Like in many countries, you see like a rivalry between the top players.
Yeah.
And yeah, we have a very nice team climate, so
fantastic.
we do all of the work together.
Yeah, yeah. Normally, you know, because also what this is what I try to do is to create this kind of environments of players. And if you look at actually the top players and you know, normally they have at least had one friend, you know, that they have been working together with. You need this kind of friends and, you know, your surrounding to keep up, you know, and so on. So I'm happy to hear that. So what players in Austria do you have in your because I guess you're speaking about the national team when you say the
national team, yeah. I'm usually like third or fourth. One friend of mine in my age, Dominic Horvath, we're like always same rating more or less, so we're like changing places all the time. And before us, the first place of course is Markus Dager, who was 2700, and he's also like our mentor or coach.
Oh, so, fantastic.
And then we have Valentin Wagner, who's also a very strong grandmaster, 25-16.
Yeah, that's nice. So Ragger, you could say that he has been like a good mentor to you and also been supportive and so on. That is, I'm very happy to hear that. That's great. Okay. Thank you. I'm also, because, you know, I like to hear about, you know, different countries. There are different sort of styles, and probably we'll speak to the German friends in this tournament as well. And you probably know that that's quite different in Germany. You know, the fractions and all that. I've heard. Yeah, I know quite a lot about this, but so I'm happy to hear that in Austria at least you have found a good way of finding a climate for the top team. Okay, so what were your thoughts of this game?
Yeah, actually, I was not sure about the opening at all. Even like when I was sitting on the board, haven't decided yet what I will play, because Ludwig is a very solid player and it's not easy to beat him. And then I just thought I will go for stuff I know the best over the board, because I went crazy too often with some sharp openings, and I didn't feel like doing this. Like, if it's a draw, it's a draw. He's a good player, so.
I see. So normally that's quite smart, you know, because, you know, when you play someone who is a little bit less in rating, if you push too hard, you know, already in the opening with black, you know, you can be punished. So I guess that's a smart choice. Okay. So I had for the audience here, I had I think already this position, you know, I said that this is quite a strategic position and so on, but please guide us. What were your thoughts when it comes to this kind of opening?
Like usually I like this position because I also played a lot the Boko Indian, but there white is knight d2 also after bishop b4 check, and here knight d2 is not as strong as in the other position. So here I like the main move is probably c5 here, or a5 is also common, but c5 allows this structure to be kind of broken after bishop b4, c4.
So you mean this kind of structure here?
Yeah, and it's also good if you want to have a fight, but he already had one game here, and he handled the position very well. So I didn't feel so comfortable going there. So
because I said also to the audience that, you know, what is interesting today is that in the first round you only had, I don't know, 20 minutes or half an hour to prepare for your opponent. Yeah. And then you just play something, you know. But today you got the pairings already yesterday, and if you go into the hotel normally, you know, some hours before the game, there's no one there. Everyone is there at the hotel room preparing and so on. And when you saw, did you have this on your laptop this morning, or you?
Yesterday I was checking all kind of lines which could come. I know that this is not the best approach, but I like to decide like spontaneously over the board sometimes. I have some ideas in mind, and then I play what I feel like.
Yeah, of course. That could be, yeah. Well, I guess you have. It's a question of style. You know, what kind of approach you have. But okay, so this is one possibility, and here there's a lot of theory, of course. That one main idea, I guess, is that, you know, the knight cannot come to c3. So, but on the other hand, it's not challenging the pawns in the center. So, okay, it's another structure. But let's go back. So you choose to take on
d2.
d2
is the logical move. Also the best move.
Yeah.
And
because what you want is to put the knight on c3. That's why not put it on d2.
Yeah. Anyway, in the Boko Indian, if the white knight is on d2, there's often the idea knight b1, knight c3, so it doesn't make, like the knight just belongs to c3.
Exactly, exactly. Because also quite often with the, just for the audience to understand, with the knight to c3, not only it's you know, going for e4, but it's also quite often that you want to push with d5 and then you support from the c3 too. Okay, please continue.
So I castled, and now it's quite a critical moment because castle is kind of an inaccurate move from what I recall. Because after castle I played d6.
Yeah, on the white castling, yeah.
In the game, it was castle d6.
Yeah.
If we go there, and now if you would play knight c3, which you didn't do.
Yeah.
I have knight e4.
Yeah. Knight. You said this.
Yes, and now I'm equalizing with knight e4.
Yeah.
Pretty easily.
Yeah.
So if you would go knight c3 instead of castle. Then
here.
Knight e4, there is queen c2, and knight takes c3, knight g5.
Sorry, what did you? Knight c3.
Knight c3, knight g5.
Aha. And this is actually something I said to the audience, that we have this kind of trick always when you have the fianchetto on the different sides. You have this kind of trick that comes up sometimes. So I'm happy that you showed this.
Yeah, still actually the line.
Because the idea here is, of course, that you're threatening to give checkmate here, and you're also threatening to take the bishop on b7. Yeah. But on the other hand, you have sacrificed the piece, so you really have to calculate. So what is happening here? I'm sorry.
I briefly checked this line yesterday. There were two options. Knight e4 was like. I think more or less the only move.
You take like this?
Bishop e4, I think. Yeah, I think bishop e4, queen g5.
Yeah.
Queen a8, knight c6.
And now you can see that white has got a quality more in this position, but the question is about this queen on a8. So black is trying to trap it. Yeah. And now you can see the knight is protecting this one, the rook is threatening the queen, so the only move is this one, I guess.
Yeah, and I think it was working somewhat. It was like knight d4, rook d1.
And you can see that now black has got one extra pawn for you know, this situation, but this is normally not enough. But you have some compensation here, threatening. So you said this move or rook d1.
Yeah, and
because now there is a threat here.
Yeah, I think.
And if you castle, then you just take this and you have 2 pawns, and
should be fine.
Should be okay, huh? So okay, let's go back. So took on d4. No, sorry. Then it was rook d1.
Yeah, I don't quite remember what the line was here, but it worked out somehow.
So this was something you had prepared if knight c3. Okay. Very interesting. So, okay, so castling, and we had d6 played.
Yeah, now knight c3, knight e4, there is no queen c2 because takes, and then I have knight takes e2 check,
Yeah, that's right, okay. Well, sorry, we take the line anyway. You said if
knight c3 now, knight e4,
yeah.
If queen c2 now, just for comparison, I take knight g5, and now there should be some, I think knight takes e2 here.
Knight takes e2, that's right, it's a check, and this here.
And now there's no more mate. So
no more mate, so you just swap here, and you take this one. Good, good. So, okay, so there we have the difference. And as you can see, this is exactly the type of finesses that you have on this level, you know, because you probably both of you know the strategic elements, the ideas, and so on. What is now down to is this exactness in the opening. So okay, so instead what happened here was queen d3. I was a bit, you know, it looks for me, because you should know that, you know, I haven't played for a long time, but I'm working with chess all the time. It's not openings that are my, you know, my best area, but normally it feels a bit strange. You want to have it on c2, no, just like a feeling you have, you know. But okay.
Yeah, but it's more or less a common idea. Like he wants to play knight c3 without allowing the exchange of the knight. So.
Yeah, and it's of course on d3 also ready to go for d5. Yeah. And that was actually one of the ideas I had during, I think it was c5 played, knight c3, and knight c6. And I think actually here I was thinking about d5 here. I think, you know.
I didn't see how it works if I take the pawn, like e5, c5, knight d4.
I'll see if I can remember what I was looking at. Like this, knight b4.
I just thought I will take the pawn here.
And then knight h4. I just, you know, when I saw, I was not sure about that position. That was the only thing, you know, that, you know, maybe have some compensation. I was not sure about that. I don't know if that is possible.
But I have knight c3, bishop e7, knight e4.
Sorry, sorry, what did you say?
Knight takes c3.
Yeah.
Bishop e7, knight c4.
Yes.
Possible. I don't know how it continues. Okay. Like it, but even if I give the exchange, it's not so.
I don't say you're losing. I just said that this was one of these, you know, because I felt that with the queen on d3, somehow the push is more interesting than on c2. Of course, you know, it gets to this possibility.
Yeah, but still, I get some knight before, and I somehow had the feeling that firstly he will not go for it, and secondly that it would.
Yeah. Even here, you know, probably like you said here, this type of position. You know, okay. I mean,
would be very happy with like it.
Yeah. You have some compensation due to, okay, you have one pawn in between, but also, you know, it's a little bit strange here now. So one, and the rooks has got no open files. Yeah. So, oh, okay. So b3 came. Instead, you played queen e7, logical move. And
yeah,
now,
here was really.
Here's also d5 possible, huh?
But then again, I thought this knight before.
Yeah.
Maybe immediately it probably doesn't make a difference.
Okay, like this.
And e5.
Let's see here. Oh yeah, maybe now, yeah, because now the bishop, queen is, so it's up. Sorry, so this is not a good idea. So what happened was rook a d1.
Yeah, no.
This was an interesting moment because I said that now it's will be interesting to see if you will take on d4 if you do anything else. So what did you think?
Yeah, I was always considering taking on d4, but it leads to like very dry positions where white is maybe even slightly better, and I just have to like defend. So d5 was kind of a move which I personally didn't even consider at all, because I was only looking at rook moves like rook a8 or maybe rook f8. But then I was rook f8 is more logical. Definitely.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
Rook f8, but I was worried for d5.
Okay, so this then maybe this move you said.
Yeah.
Because now if you take it may is this the
I thought
okay like this
take cd5
and this one, and
now I thought queen c4 or queen f5 is both interesting.
This you have this, but I don't know if that is anything to. I'm gonna maybe just no that. Oh yeah, maybe okay.
Queen c4. Then I was calculating b5 mostly, and I wasn't sure about the resulting position after queen b5, and then I take with something on b5. Okay, it says.
What does it say? Okay, probably it's okay for black.
Yeah, but queen f5 was also worrying for me.
So we'll take back. So b5 you said.
I mean queen f5 instead of.
I'm sorry.
F4, yeah.
Okay, I'm sorry. Okay, so d5. You said in this position rook fd8, and then you said d5, take, and queen f5.
And if you get e4, then my knight on b4 is just
exactly
completely misplaced.
I looked at some position when I was analyzing some kind of line. I don't think it was exactly this one, but one problem is, of course, if you have to go back after a3 to a6, the knight has got problems in you know, supporting the position.
He will just roll down the pawns.
And e4 and bum and so on, and and also, of course, if you can play e4 here with white, even though this is normally the strong bishop, it's actually just hitting on d5. Yeah. So yeah. Okay, so.
There was also one more difference.
Oh, sorry. Yeah.
After rook a8, d5.
You meant in this position like this?
Rook f8.
Okay, rook f8, yeah.
d5. And I was also thinking knight before now, because now there is no queen f5. Yeah, but now he has queen e3. And now it makes sense that he took the rook from a1, because otherwise I would have knight c2, yeah?
Of course.
The rook on a1.
Yeah, I see now. Yeah, but what you mean is that if it was this position instead of this position, then queen e3, then knight c2. Huh?
So I think that was his idea, which is actually quite smart.
Okay, that's nice. So, yeah, because this... No, sorry. So here queen e3, and you can see here black cannot take on d5 because the queen is hanging on e7.
And again, my knight is just horrible.
Yeah, on this one here, because you cannot go here. Huh? No.
No, never.
Never, because it's nothing.
I can even not take on a3 ever the pawn because my knight usually just gets trapped.
Got struck. What you meant was if this knight c2 take here, but because then it's
it usually gets trapped.
Yeah, that's right. Okay, so what happened was d5, because that's quite a it's a quite kind of move that normally you don't want to play when you have played with d6, and normally you want to put them pawns on the other squares, but in a way, of course, it's logical. Also because the queen is here, and you have to get the rook and d. But what I thought this was the best move. I said immediately that the best move must be to take on c5.
Yeah, and here this knight before was more, I don't know, like creativity, because bc5 I was just lazy to calculate what happens if he takes everything on d5.
Okay, so this one, what were you afraid of?
Like ed5 here.
Yep.
Just take everything, knight d5, knight d5, queen d5.
Yeah, but this is okay for you.
Yeah, I had the feeling, but queen c4.
Yeah, and take on
knight
e2.
e2, king h1, and I wasn't sure. Like,
no, but I think even this is okay for you.
rook fe1.
Okay,
because my knight is kind of.
Can if you play this move? Yeah, rook ad1. Yeah, and this was what I looked at, I think. Yeah. But okay, but okay, the computer says rook d1.
I was just worried about the knight.
Yeah, maybe.
Also rook fe1, like some rook to e1. I was thinking, and I didn't really like it.
I see, because what I thought was that, for example, that because now, but when this pawn is away, normally this here is much weaker, because you always have like queen f6 or something like that to put pressure on this one. So I thought it was okay for you, but
yeah,
I was pretty sure it was okay. But
it looks nice at first, but then I wasn't so sure.
I see. Okay, now maybe that's a good choice, to do something else. So then you went to knight to b4 instead.
Yeah, and I quite kind of underestimated his queen e3 move.
Yeah, that was what I looked at as well. This queen, because I thought that this. Now you will my judgment was that you will probably get, okay, to put the queen on c5, but the only thing I saw that you take and then d5, and then white will always. I looked at this position, this, and maybe even this move, And from my point of view, white must be slightly better putting the knight on c4.
I thought it's not a huge problem, but it's not something I like. Yeah.
Exactly.
And I thought after queen c5 the position must be somehow fine, but now what I see, what the computer is saying, I'm just
this one, okay. Because I thought about this. Yeah, exactly. Because I'm a little bit worried about this pawn here, So let's see. Okay, this.
But a3 I always thought usually knight a6 even, because then the pawn on b3 is weak.
But knight e5 here. This looks really.
Rook f8. Then I thought rook b8 next, and.
Maybe you're, but
the pawn on a7 is also a problem.
So here because I mean, because what you need to do is actually move this knight somehow, is protecting this square.
Yeah, it's probably just horrible.
You have to, well, at least you have to fight here, because this is a difficult position for you, Yeah, it's even it's suggesting knight e8, some strange moves here. For me, I'm sure that white must have got an edge in this position.
Yeah, definitely.
So I would be afraid of this. This is probably the key moment of the game.
Yeah.
Because always when we look at these games, just like in the opening with these small finesses, which type of variation to reach, we also have these critical moments, when the games are decided. Just like this, there might be some tactical finesses, some kind of strategic positions that you might underestimate or you do not judge correctly, and it feels like this is the critical moment. Because what happened in the game then? He played queen. This was the game, and he played. He took, and
knight e5, which was also, I think, very logical.
Yes.
I played rook.
But okay. And now, but because the difference is that, for me, the difference is that if you play a3 now, you cannot play knight c6.
Anyway, I would go knight e6 probably.
Knight a6, and then
that's
why I meant that this kind, that's why this might be important to play a3 first, because I guess after rook fd8,
A3, I would have also gone.
You would have done that anyway. Okay.
But maybe 96 is even better, no?
Yeah, I thought that. Okay, 96. Yeah, still, this is.
But of course, A3 first is more forcing. Yeah, definitely.
Rook D2.
Yeah, and this is kind of a really difficult.
I see. Okay.
Now I got D4, and that's when he, I think.
I see. Okay.
Psychologically.
Yeah, this was. Oh, that's a nice trick you found.
Yeah.
Really, really important moment. Here you can see again how strategy and tactical finesses are always mixed, because here in this position we are trying to find a way for black to cope with A3 and moving the knight back, and now white has got some kind of edge because you cannot push D4 or something like that, and the rooks are difficult to find. Actually you have difficulty with these moves. But
yeah, if my pawn would be on A5, it would be probably not so bad at all, because actually the pawn on A7 is
exactly
the biggest problem.
Exactly, because what you want to do maybe is this and this or something like that, but now this is hanging. Yeah. That's the point, that you have your knight like this. So okay, but what happened here was that after rook D2, suddenly you had the chance.
Yeah.
And you took it. You played a great, lovely little move, D4. And the point is, of course, that if he takes on B7, you take on C3. Mm-hmm. And now, if because this is hanging, but then this is hanging, and by taking here, you release the tension.
Yeah, and C2 is coming.
And then, of course, always you have to understand: is this weak or is it strong? But look at these great pieces you have supporting. So yeah. Okay, so.
But rook D1 was
but
like
this is also, I thought about, because one thing that I said also during my commentary was that sometimes this can be a weakness, and that, but so knight A4 is.
I thought here I'm fine for sure. Knight A4, bishop G2, king G2, and then I thought maybe just some rook to C8. I wasn't sure which one. C8, and if knight D3, I can go knight A6 or knight D7 or knight D4.
Probably okay. I agree. It feels like it's not pressure enough to see. And also, the cost is that you get very strange pieces, with white.
Yeah, it's kind of a Grunfeld position now, where I have actually a lot of potential, because if my center gets rolling, then I could be much better.
Yeah, the idea is sometimes to play F6, E5, and start rolling with the pawns in the center. Yeah, and this one can be really good pawn in the end. So okay. Actually, it's interesting here because the computer said this move.
Yeah, he wants to avoid 94.
Just to avoid 94, or making this new, and then maybe I don't know.
But yeah, I still believe this has to be.
I agree. Okay, I totally agree. This is, and also of course, as there is a difference between human beings and a computer, and in this case, with this, I think also I would prefer to play black for sure. Okay, so this was also a mistake, or?
No, this was actually the final blunder, because he missed a very nice trick here.
Take on G2.
I took, king takes, and now knight D7. And he missed it after knight takes D7, I have D takes C3.
Oh, that's a lovely trick. Look at this. It's threatening. Then in this position, we go back. In this position, black cannot take on C3, because then it's a check on D8, of course, and that will be a checkmate almost on the black king. But with this move, lovely little move, it's both a threat on this one and this one, because now you're ready to go for this one. And if you take here, was that happened?
Yeah, he took.
And then, of course, you do not take on D7. I mean, if you do that, probably you are more than okay. But but of course, this is winning, I guess, on the spot from.
Yeah, he
I
played
guess
rook
so.
D6, but the line which you had to calculate, of course, is knight F6 check.
We'll take a look. Knight F6 check.
G6, rook D8, take everything. King G7. And now the only important thing is after rook D1, I play knight takes A2.
Okay, sorry, this is very important, that these two here, ready for, protecting this one, and there's no way to stop C2 coming, and then this will be to C1, and the knight is protecting, and you will be a piece up. Simply winning, so great. D takes C3. What happened, rook D6?
Yeah, 92, and now, I don't know,
now this will come in the next move, and he didn't play this.
No, okay.
It's because
he played knight B8.
Okay, because a little bit desperate, because you can probably take.
I can take everything.
You can take everything here if you like.
I took B6 and took B8.
Okay, you took this one, and he was signed. Yeah. So, great little trick here,
Yeah,
I must say, you know. You
kind
took
of
your
lucky, yeah,
chances.
but
No, well, I wouldn't say that, because in a way, I think my feeling was that you already had taken over a little bit. I think, you know, in this position with knight b5, the others, you know, somehow I think for me, I think that it was a moment before, you know, that was the critical. I think this was some kind of critical moment here, you know, when you played rook d2. Because after that, you know, it's simply your game after that. You know, so
no, just e3, and I just completely misevaluated the position.
Again, probably this one here, yeah. This, but again, I think that the key is like we looked at is that you are so stuck. You cannot make any way. What I speak about is this one, and this one, because now you have no ways really to get out of this, you know, I don't know, it's sets like this, but here you can see that white must.
How does it continue, like rook d2 probably?
Yeah, that's what I thought also, to just put that pressure here. And I guess f6 must be the move.
But knight d3, knight f4.
Yeah, that's a good, yeah, this is, yeah. So, and you're ready to go for this. So, and again, still stuck here. I guess, you know, so yeah, maybe you need to do, maybe you do need to do this, you know, b8 or something like this, but
yeah, it's not really
this is more like a little bit of a desperation. So okay, no, but I think it was a good game in a way, because I mean, you took your chance, and in this critical moment, Ludwig didn't find the right solution and missed the trick in the end. So thank you very much. And your ambition with this tournament, I guess,
yeah, it's my last year, so I'm.
You need to win.
Really keen on winning.
Yeah, that's great.
Opportunity.
And have you played with anyone of those guys before?
Yeah, with Sonis, definitely. But other from their favorites, I would say. I don't think so.
No, but Sonis you have played because Austria and Italy is quite close, or is that the reason?
Some European team tournament.
And the result?
He won against me.
So okay, so it's that type of challenge as well, you know, yeah. Because it's of course it's quite impressive that he came number 4 in the Junior World Championship. So I'm looking forward to see what he can do. But good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. So, okay, I think it's time for us to have a little break. So that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to put up this one. So we are back, and with me I have Hampus Sörensen, the Swedish promising young talent. Hopefully, yes, that's right. That has just finished his game, and let's go and take a look at your game for today. But just to find it first before we go into this one. We have, I'm sorry, it was, yes, we have here, and you play the sensation of yesterday,
Yes.
Victor Muntian.
Yes.
But before we start, Hampus, can you just tell me a little bit about yourself and, well, your chess career so far?
I'm 18 years old.
Yeah.
I'm actually, my birthday tomorrow.
Yes.
So I will not be playing tomorrow. I'll play that round Tuesday morning.
I've heard this is a problem every year for you when you
Yes.
join this.
Yeah, but
so.
the problem is that it's like a holiday weekend, in at least in Sweden, but
Yep.
I think in different countries also. And so there's always a tournament. I've never really, there's always been Uppsala or it's been this World Youth.
And how do you solve that?
Actually in World Youth, I was so lucky that the free day was
Ah.
my birthday.
Perfect, okay. And then you had some gathering with your family? Or?
Yeah. But
Yeah.
I have played on my birthday several times. But now when I have a twin sister. She really wants to.
Yes, of course.
Not just me now.
And she is not such a chess lover as you.
No.
Oh, I
not
know
at
her.
all.
No, I have met her, so I do understand that you have a little bit different interests.
Yeah.
But okay, Hampus, I know that you're actually one of those Swedish talents that are making quite a heavy effort to develop and go all in for chess. Can you tell me a little bit about your plans and how you try to develop as a chess player and so on?
Yeah, so I finished high school in the summer, so now I'm just doing chess full time and just training and trying to play as much as possible. Yeah, that's pretty much it. Now after Corona, so I'm really trying to play as much as possible because when it was Corona, we didn't really have opportunity to play. So I think playing is like number one, and then of course training is also really, really important.
So what tournaments do you have in pipeline for the following
Okay, after this
months?
one, we have like 1-2 day break, and we will play this Grand Prix in Sweden, in Stockholm. And then it's not really clear what I'm going to play. Maybe outdoors, I'll play Wilton Cup, another Grand Prix.
That
in
is
Malmö.
the tournament that Wilton Cup is the one that is played just after Christmas and over the New Year.
Yeah, over
Classical
the New Year.
tournament.
Yeah, really, really nice. Yeah, and I'll play before that. I'll play this Grand Prix in Malmö. But I think that for every chess play in November and early December, it's really hard to find tournaments. I think it's like a gap there that there aren't so many tournaments. So I don't think I'll play so much.
Yeah.
Maybe some leagues.
I see. Okay. And just for you visitors from other countries, this Grand Prix is the Swedish Grand Prix. I guess you refer to.
Yeah.
We have like several open tournaments that are linked together in an overall tournament. So quite a nice setup.
Yeah.
And this is the one in Malmö, and that is probably one of the oldest ones actually.
Yeah, I think so.
I mean, even I played it when I was a child, and I'm not going to tell you how old I am, but I'm old. Okay. So yes.
Yeah.
But okay, and now you said the training, because you are actually also, training quite hard as well.
Yeah, no, I'm really trying. I mean, it's like instead of working a regular job, I'm training.
So do you have like a trainer, or what is this?
No. I had trainers that have like trained quite a lot my whole life, but now I'm actually doing. I felt like I wanted to do it a bit by myself. So right now I'm not having any trainers.
But you are training a little bit in Norway.
Yeah. This is exactly. Yeah, this we can say is a trainer.
Yeah. Well, at least once a week you get positions, and you train
Exactly.
with Ramesh from India.
Yeah,
too.
Ramesh, which is great. And also, I think what's most important is that it inspires, makes you want to train more. Because it's a bit hard to just sit at home and read your books and sit by a computer. So that you interact with some really good players and of course a really, really good coach.
And this last weekend we also had this training with Boris Gelfand for some days.
It gave me a lot, I think. And I think everybody there was really, really happy.
Oh, that's good.
No, of course, this is just great.
Yeah,
Really
just to
great.
also to explain, because I'm very much involved in this. I'm a training coordinator for this project. It's Offerspill in Norway. It's a cooperation with the Uppsala Chess Plus Academy. We are having training camps, online training with the Ramesh, and so we really try to give the Nordic talents the best possible
This is
support.
great.
So that's what
really great. No, it just meant that I didn't have any personal.
No, I know,
Yeah,
it's okay.
But okay,
It's
I mean,
okay.
a group,
Yes.
that is great, of course.
Yeah.
This is...
Okay, so shall we go into the game? Do you know because you play Victor Montiel? Do you know him from before?
I've of course seen him, but I don't think I've played him.
Okay.
Ever, but,
because there is quite a big gap between you when it comes to the rating and so on.
Yeah.
But
okay, he won against 2460 yesterday, so
no doubt
and quite convincing.
Oh, yeah, it was really good,
yeah.
really good game. I think, yeah. So I mean, there is no doubt also that his rating is, probably far too low.
I think he also went down a bit before it, so of course.
And also, because I said that also now that, like you said, during the Corona, it was not possible to play so much. So we have several players, now they're out on the field.
Yeah, exactly.
They've been practicing very hard during the Corona, and they're much stronger than the rating. So you have to be a little bit careful, of course.
Of course.
Okay, so your preparation, did you do anything?
Yeah, I just prepared actually one line, and it was the line we played.
That is good.
Yeah, because he was playing this all the time.
Okay, so he was...
Which is not really so good, because it's not actually...
Okay, so you actually, in that sense, you had an easier...
Yeah, because after e4, he only plays e5, and then after he plays, and then the Italian plays knight f6 always, d3, and now he plays bishop e7, I think 7-8 games he had. He played bishop e7.
That is, I'm normally, I mean, bishop c5.
Yeah, of course, bishop c5. But I
slow.
think bishop e7 has been a bit trendy. I think some top players have been playing it.
Okay.
With the idea of playing some d6 and knight a5 and playing c5.
Something like that. Okay.
Yeah, something like that.
Okay.
Okay, bishop e7. Okay, this was my preparation. Castles. Here you play d6, which is totally normal. a4. If I played c3 directly, I think maybe knight a5.
Yeah. Like this.
Yeah.
You have the possibility to go here.
Exactly.
Okay. So, okay.
So playing a4. Now h6, I didn't really understand, because if you have the bishop e7, you should not really be scared of bishop g5.
Yeah,
this
that's
is,
right.
Quite strange.
Sometimes it's because, if you want to play bishop e6 or something like that, so you take away the knight to g5 as well.
Okay, this is what they did. So but I don't really feel that this is the right plan for me.
No, so that is more if the bishop was on
exactly,
c5.
No, then there's
h6.
Exactly, stopping bishop g5.
Because then bishop g5 will be like, hitting this one. Okay, so
h6,
yeah.
c3. Okay, very standard, of course.
Yeah.
Bishop e6. Here I can take on e6. I mean, this was absolutely.
Did you have this on the analyze board before the game?
No, h6 I have not.
Okay, I see.
Bishop takes f6. I mean, here I can play something. If you want to play b4, and I can play some b4 ideas, or play queen b3, which is possible. I think I like my knight b2 to bishop e6.
Knight bd2, yeah.
So if it takes on c4, I just take the knight, and I get knight d3. f5. Looks nice.
And this bishop should be here probably c5
exactly,
if you want to challenge this bishop on c1. Huh?
But then he played a bit too optimistic. d5.
This is very challenging,
It's challenging,
but maybe bad.
Yeah,
but I just say that this is really the tough way to play, I guess.
But in some Italians, this is very normal. But you don't play d6 and then d5. You play directly d5.
I see. Okay, so. And then the question is how to react. Is it to take on d5? Or I was even this one.
Yeah, this you maybe can play. I think I reacted in this good way. Just in really normal way.
Yeah, of course.
Rook
e1, yeah.
And already here I thought that was much better. And then he played knight f4. But there I realized that his idea was bishop takes e6. If I played bishop takes e6, I didn't play.
In this position,
yeah,
you mean? Like, okay, 6.
Then he would
okay.
take f takes e6. Then my d3 pawn was a bit weak.
But this,
no, it really looks bad. But knight takes e5, knight takes, queen takes d3, and it's going to castle long. It looks. I mean, of course, I think I'm better, but.
Maybe this one, queen 3, or.
I mean, g3 is also really.
Oh, g3, yeah, that's interesting.
But now we have to also compare. which
Of course, yeah, of
which
course. You know, I don't know.
I don't know, maybe bishop e6 or
Go for something like this.
yeah, exactly. I mean, white is. I mean, I prefer white, of course, because of the bad e6 pawn. But it was a bit unclear, I thought. And my variation.
But this is almost, isn't it? Almost winning.
I think knight
I
h3
know,
and knight
it's-
g5.
What is this like? Just need to
And now
try-
play
and-
long castle. I
Yeah,
mean,
but
it's not.
this one, that's what's the thing. You know, you can disturb.
Okay,
the
no, but of
position.
course, I mean, this is also really, really good. But my pieces are a bit like
Yeah,
the
I know,
bishop on
I
c1
know. You
is
know,
stuck. I mean,
it's not. I do understand that this is normally when you have such good position or you have these choices, you do not want to get this kind of complicated. Not that,
yeah, exactly.
and also because it played quite a strong tactical game.
Yeah,
yesterday,
no, I
so-
think it's actually really good tactically, and
Mhm.
I thought I should. I played knight takes e5, but I also have a really cruel tactic that he fell for directly.
Mhm.
Knight takes e5. And here knight takes d3 is, if he played this in the game, it's completely lost. Because the rook takes e6.
Mhm.
And then f takes, queen h5.
Oh yeah, of
And then
course.
king f8, I can just take queen f3.
Oh, you
And
even
just pick up.
you even have this one.
Yeah.
Because
It's
otherwise,
completely
but
lost.
this cannot be bad either.
Queen e8.
Now then you give it check and take it. That's
Yeah,
what I
but
thought.
bishop f6, and then it's the bishop and e6 is hanging.
Ah,
So
that's
it's a bit,
nice trick. That was a nice trick. What we're discussing here and what I did miss is this, because here, this quick check here is simply winning because you just
Yeah.
pick up this one. You will have, okay, there you have two pieces for a rook, but you know,
I mean, it's
completely a destroyed
the light
position.
squares are so
My suggestion, what we discussed was to keep, I thought that this was okay, and now pick up the piece, but then Hampus showed me that this is hanging now, and now we're having a completely different story.
yeah, this is not at all what I want.
So, okay, so, yeah, but, yeah, queen f3, winning
Yeah.
immediately.
Yeah,
so.
this is it. But actually, we can go back before he plays knight takes d3.
Mhm. Was this played knight taken on d3?
Yeah, he took it.
Ah,
so
I
it's
see, okay,
completely
okay,
lost.
Yeah,
But here we could have played bishop takes c4.
of course, yes.
And I thought d takes c4.
Was that your idea?
Yeah. So
Oh,
now
but-
pawn up. But it's a bit more stable, I thought.
Also, I mean, this position, I mean, here he can really fight because...
No, of course. I mean, this is completely different, but
Yeah,
I'm still
yeah.
have a really good position here. I'm pawn up, and I will play g3 next move.
Mhm.
He has to castle, probably.
In this position,
Yeah, maybe g3.
can you play...
Yeah, sure. I'll just like play rook e4.
Mhm.
And I
Yeah,
have
yeah, probably you are, yeah, you must be, yeah, because other, you know, you're looking for some kind of tricks here,
I
but
don't think there is a.
it
Just
is.
if I get like queen f3 and then.
So then this,
Yeah.
this is
now
nothing,
you-
huh? Yeah, this is simply, you're simply just, you're good in this position, that's so. It's hard to say how big the advantage you have, but for sure,
I mean, it's much better than the game, of course, but I mean.
he can fight, but no doubt he has lost that theoretical battle in this, you know. So instead, what happened was rook take e6. Was this the game?
Yeah, I think it is.
F take is, so you checked here, king f8, and you found this move. Yes.
So,
Bishop f6, and you took on d3.
and here I just try to play as stable as.
Of course.
I mean, here I have no real rush.
Very simple game, and this is very typical. You know, when you have had a position with a tactical finesse and so on, and you win material, you need to switch to another mode.
Yeah.
Just like Hampus said, try to be stable, try to make no
Bit more
risks.
technical play.
More technical
Yeah.
play. That's right. Okay.
And now I play a6.
A6.
I just took it and I gave up.
Yeah, that was a bit strange move, but on the other hand, he's completely lost. So,
Yeah,
you know,
it's-
so it's okay. So that's okay. So you have 2 points.
Yes.
So next round, maybe there will be a real challenge for you. We'll
Yeah,
see.
no, really.
I
But
think it's
actually-
normally the third round
Yeah.
where you start to get the really tough.
I think I
games.
was really close to playing the top rated player. Actually.
Mhm.
I was just
Mhm.
that I got the lower rated player.
Yeah, I see. Okay, because like we said yesterday, is that what you do when you have this kind of Swiss tournament? you always take the players in the same range of points, and you divide them into two groups from ELO, the highest one to the lowest one, and you divide them in the middle and let the number ones play against each other, number twos and so on. That's the basic idea. That means that, like Hampus here is referring to, is that either he will be number one in the lowest rating category,
exactly,
or you'll be like the highest.
You're just in the middle there, and I was in the highest group, but the lowest.
Yeah, sorry, that's what I meant. Yeah. Exactly, yeah, that's right. So it would be either or, but next round, for sure.
I will get
someone.
I will get high rated trophy.
Yeah.
But also if I don't get, I will get a really strong player.
Yeah. So.
But actually, yesterday I had some problems with converting. It was a really unclear game, so it's not been like a really.
No. I mean, like again, I think that these ratings here, you cannot judge the players from that, because from this pandemic, what has happened is that the players are sometimes much stronger than, because they haven't played so much for so many times. So that's it. Okay, so yeah, we have some interesting games. Do you want to follow, or do you want to?
Yeah, we can follow a bit.
Because of course, I've been, a little bit. I've been focusing on these two games. I also have been following this game.
This is probably draw.
Okay, let's take a look at this game, because we can just stay here, because in this position you have it's 3 against 2, but it's splitted pawns here. Of course, it's black who is the only one who can win really. But on the other hand, even if you take away the white pawns, you might not even win that one, because they're in splitted pawns and it's on H file and F file. Many positions are drawn. It's not easy, but even that. And now if white can just swap off, for example, his E pawn here against this pawn or something like that, it will be a draw.
Yes.
So this should be a draw. I thought about rook A6 and rook F6 earlier on. And it's a little bit difficult for me to see how to make progress, but okay. So what happened here? What H4, of course. He will continue to fight, I'm sure,
Yeah, of course. We can go wrong. And I think Edwin has quite a low time, which can be a
9 against 40.
Yeah, this is.
And do not forget, this is very important in this tournament, because you do not have any extra time given to you after, for example, 40 moves like in other tournaments. Instead, it's all 90 minutes to start with, and then 30 seconds in increment. That means that if you think for up all your 90 minutes, what will happen is that it will be in this eternal time scramble, only 30 seconds, and you need to write down your moves as well. This is quite important to understand as well. So you cannot you always have to write down the moves for your opponent, for yourself, when you play your moves, and that makes it a little bit difficult sometimes. So I wouldn't say that I'm sure that Edwin will make a draw here.
No, of course.
But he should.
Yeah, I think
he should, but not easy.
Yeah.
Okay, so because if you say, black will try to king G5, king F4, something like that, or
maybe give away the F7 pawn and play with some counterplay.
And what do you think about? Because maybe even rook B3 and H3 and go up here.
But for example, rook A6, king
G5. We'll take this one.
Rook F6, as we said.
Yeah.
Now king F4.
Yeah, or maybe this is what I thought of. This one, like this. You give it check.
This is starting to look a bit.
At least this is. I would be a little bit nervous at least.
Yeah, no.
Maybe this. I don't know.
Yeah, no, probably.
It's probably still. I don't know if you can play like this, but you can play king F1 maybe.
Yeah, no, but of course, draw. But
of course,
it looks a bit scary, and just if it looks scary, you can make easy mistakes.
For sure, or maybe, or just play this move. Yeah, this one.
Yeah,
I would be a little bit worried in this position also, because it should be a draw, but this is a good shield for the checks in the back. And
exactly.
So a little bit nervous, but it should be a draw. But okay. Yep. So we'll see if. But this is also, I think this is a good test for Edwin, to be challenged, and to show that he has got the technique, because quite normal with young players like you are. You can see that in the opening and when it comes to the tactics, you're quite developed. But in end games, quite a lot of players has got holes in their knowledge. So it's not, and not the least with a little time.
Yeah, exactly.
So old grumpy old men like me, probably end games are what we have been doing for more time. So okay, so we have also this game.
And this game I thought was really interesting.
Yeah. It was.
I thought White had an okay position.
He was even better.
Yeah,
I'm
even
sure he was better in
but
the
then
position.
when they started exchanging his D and D,
I was very critical in this moment actually, because here I saw that White was clearly better. Must be clearly better. But the question is now is that because White has been ready for an attack, swapped off the bishops, Black square the bishops, and now I think it's time to understand that okay, you have more of a positional.
Exactly.
So and when I do that, I start to ask my you know me since a long time back, because we have been training many training sessions. Then you know these kind of ideas that I have to think about. What is your weakest piece?
Exactly.
So in this position, I said that probably this knight. So my idea was to go like this with a knight to e5, to try to do that. Then of course you need to calculate: is there anything Black can do? But in this position, I cannot see any active. Stuff for Black, So
no, I mean the bishop on c8 is so bad.
So this was my idea to try to do this, and
that looks good.
And I think for me this is the right idea, because when you play this h4, I cannot say that this is really dangerous. h5 and take
I'm not sure that White should be playing on the king side.
No, exactly.
I'm thinking that we should play on the queen side with rook c1 or something.
Exactly. That's what I mean to change your focus, But also because this is getting a bit weak.
Yeah, no,
this point. So that was a very strange move for me.
Decision.
But okay, then queen d6, okay. h5, and I said also that queen f4, because hitting this one, and he took.
And it becomes unclear now. And the bishop on g2 is not really.
Yeah, and also knight c6, knight e2, 4 f7. This suddenly is quite a bad bishop. Bishop at a6 is ready to come.
Yeah.
Okay, now we try to find another route for the knight to come to e5, I guess.
Yeah, that's good.
But on the other hand, now this is structure is compatible with this structure, I guess. So we have two bad bishops on the board. So rook f4. Yeah, that's a good move. I like this one.
Stopping knight e3.
Yeah. But so knight b3 instead. Huh? Yeah, that happened.
Okay.
I like this. I think this is good, because the king should be on d6 in this position for sure. To just cover up these two guys. So king f7, rook c1, bishop d7.
Yeah, great play.
This is
this is a really good play.
Good play, I think. Yeah. I cannot say that Black should be better or anything. Of course not. But at least it feels like he has leveled the game in the last moves. Okay. So knight c5. e5 coming. That was a surprise, but I need to check out what is happening here. Yeah, because the move I want to play is, this is for me
fixing the g4.
Because always when you play this type of positions, you look at the bishops here, and you can see that this bishop is hitting this one, and White has got this pawn here covering up. But with g5, then you lock in these pawns, so it's not possible to play f4 and keep the pawn on g6 and so on. So. But okay, what happened was instead he played e5. Okay,
which is I think also good, but
that's
maybe g5 first.
I just need to understand what is happening here. Do you have any? Because you can't take on d7. Then you have a check first. That's nice. I didn't see that first. If you take here, then you can give a check here.
Rook.
Now then maybe okay.
King take, d take.
Okay, so.
Okay, just d4 and take on.
This is the position. Okay, so this is what you want to do, and something like this,
which is probably. I can go back to c6 then.
Yeah. Okay, this is okay. So let's take a look. D take e5, knight to take on e5, knight e4 check. Okay, now we'd like to take a look at the position, because this is, again, this feels like. We have some critical moments in this game. I think for me, the h4 position there, that was like a strategic, strange position. I think you need to change your idea here in that position. And now we'll see here, knight to take on e5, knight e4 check.
Okay, so he has a draw if he wants. He can play knight c5.
Ah,
Okay, so he had a draw there.
he had a
but
draw.
Of course, I mean, you want
Okay.
to play on.
Of course. And as you saw here in this position, the knight c4,
Yeah.
giving a fork and rook takes was in the pipeline, so he needed to play b3. Which is a move that you don't want to play really, because
You put in the
and you
pawns
both,
on light square.
but also because this knight on c3 can be strong, you know, so in the future. So
Yeah.
okay,
Well, it feels like black is
doing
in-
okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, and this looks also good, I think.
Mhm.
The knight is strong here. I don't think that white has got an edge here,
No, I don't think so.
but I'm, on the other hand, I'm not sure that his worse either, you know. So no, I'm sorry. So cd1, rook came here, putting pressure on this one. a5.
A5, why not?
Okay.
Taking the b4.
Yeah, because this is the normal follow-up.
Yeah, rook d4.
Rook d4,
Rook takes. Rook takes.
and now the problem is, of course, that f4 this is hanging, because otherwise you would have liked to push this, you know.
Exactly, but then he went back to knight e7. Which is a bit tricky. Now he's letting f4. Or now f4 is possible. Because before, if you played f4, it was hanging on
Mhm.
g4. So it's a bit...
But what is happening at f4? Is there any tricks here?
No, but he played rook e8.
I just say that.
Okay, bishop f4.
And was this played, this move?
No, he was not played. He played
f4.
rook e8.
I played rook e8 here, okay. That was played in the game, okay.
In b2. Okay.
But still, this is maybe okay for black.
No, absolutely. Maybe even from...
Because also, if you come up here, look at this. This is a bit annoying.
Yeah, it's becoming quite... You play knight f6 and play on the g4 pawn. Oh, it's... Now I'm starting
This-
actually to prefer.
Maybe it's even better for black. And it's okay. So rook e8.
Well, the problem is here that white's queen side is quite weak.
Yeah.
And black has good control over like the middle of the board.
And this is very good. The king is
Yeah.
very strong here. So even though you have some pressure here, I cannot see that this can be lost, this pawn, because you have your, you know, your pieces. There are too few pieces to put pressure on the d5 square.
Exactly.
So instead, but also, here's a little bit tricky. The good thing with rook e8 that I like with that is that you need to choose. Should you go this way or this way? Because if you go here, then maybe king c5 and start to push, you know, the pawn, you know.
So it makes it a bit more clearer.
Exactly. And if you go like in this, if you go here, I mean, then this pawn, this might be a wee bit weak.
Yeah, and there's
so.
a bishop e5 also.
Yeah. So yeah.
And this is
King d3 is, for example, this seems to be winning immediately.
yeah. Because
Oh
the
my
king
God.
cannot go anywhere.
No, you cannot do. I don't know what.
And then bishop e5 check and rook e2.
Oh, bishop b5. Look at that. Oh my God. So there are some possibilities to make a mistake. We check at the clock. Okay.
That's quite even.
Yeah, it's quite even, and you know, a little bit better for Francesco Zonis.
Yeah.
It was also, you should know that the first, I think it was the 15 moves or something, 10 to 15 moves, he did it a tempo. So it was obviously preparation. And then he had a better position.
Yeah.
And I think in this moment when he started to play h4 and that I think was dubious, then he started to think.
Yeah, no.
So yeah, of course, yeah, you need to do that. So yeah. Okay, so here, I guess that, okay, king f2, but
Yeah, I'm starting to like black a lot. Yeah. King
yeah,
c5, knight f6.
down this one,
Play bishop f3.
and then this,
This is
should you,
yeah,
oh,
king c5.
or even this one.
Yeah, bishop d7. And after bishop d7, then you can start playing like rook c8. If you choose king
Exactly,
f3,
this one,
because now
the idea of Hampus here is this one, to start to, you know, to try to penetrate like this or something like that. So, but now actually, white is winning immediately with knight e4. It says the computer. So I was cheating a bit.
Yeah, I'm not a tactical genius.
No, me neither. So yeah.
Unfortunately.
But okay, okay. King f2 was played.
Okay.
So we have a position. I say that maybe it is equal.
Yeah, it can go anyway.
But I actually feel it's easier to play black.
I'm choosing black.
Also because, as you saw, we had this tactical possibility for black after king d3, and that normally indicates that it's easier to play black because white has to take care of these kind of tactical tricks.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I agree. Okay, so it will be interesting to see because
Yeah, really.
I mean, also in the first game, you should know that it was not a clear win for me that he played. Francesco Stonis, I think he was worse, a little bit worse in one position or something like that.
Yes, this I remember. Yeah.
But on the other hand, this is also typical for a strong player, that they take the chances.
No, they will.
So that's okay. And okay, so we just need to take this one, because
really nice game actually from Alan.
I think also it's what I like so much with this game from Alan is that yesterday he played a super positional game. He even played this what I would say bad line in the Caro-Kann. Because that in that line you avoid all tactics. You just take a bit worse strategic position.
Nice.
But on the other hand, no tactics, and if White does not want to know what to do, then you might win. And what happened was that every move Ellen made, it was a little bit better, and the opponent didn't know what to do, so it was. I was impressed. Yeah.
But this is the complete opposite. Game.
Yes.
So
we exactly. That's why I felt that he's showing his because we have one fantastic position here. I mean. First of all, I don't think this is a clear game because I found some good stuff for Black, but not fantastic. But this is a critical because this is a really bad move, Bishop D7. For me, it looks strange as well, but now we have this very nice tactics that he got.
Yeah.
Really nice tactics because he took
95,
and now you have 95. He took, and if it takes on B3, he took on B3. Okay. And now, I just thought about taking here, so on. But he took he just took an F5.
How many? He's 2 pieces down.
2 pieces down now. But this is hanging. And what to do? Because if you do this, you just take it.
Yeah, no, it was hard. I mean, King H8, which was I think played in the game.
I think it's the only move I believe. Because if you play this, maybe you can even play this move, and go for this.
Yeah. No.
And take here, it's
game over.
Almost at least, So I think what happened was, let's see, King H8 only move. Then he took on E7, of course.
He take on H6 is fine.
Yeah, to take on H6, then he just take back. Must be okay. And what is that? Can you move this back? Is that possible?
A rook take E8.
Then you just take here, yeah. That's why. Okay, so good. So take, G take H6 must be played, and now the Black King is horrible, so he just took back. Very easy. This is also you do need to calculate when you have this kind of position. You're a piece down, but doesn't matter. The King comes to H6. You have pressure on this one. It's
Knight on D5, total domination.
Yeah. So, but of course, Black needs to fight, and he's trying. So, okay, Knight B6.
Don't know how much.
What can you do? Okay. Check. Oh, I like this. Look at this now.
F6.
Provoking F6, because if he plays King G8, you might even play. Then can you take here then? Can you do this one now? Is it possible?
Rook, Queen take.
No. Sorry. I made a mistake here. So if it goes King G8,
it's on F6 or
this one.
No, maybe F6. Okay, take the rook also.
Rook D3.
Yeah, but White has to be very precise.
Sorry.
Not so much. Maybe 3%.
Sorry, just put this on. Okay, no, but still, I don't think you have to be super precise actually, because I think it's you have such a. Look at you have 1, 2, 3. You have you just have a pawn, but look at these pawns. You will at least get 1 or 2 pawns extra. So I think you don't have to calculate too much. Okay, so F6 was played, and now this nice move, Queen E3.
Yeah, defending
protecting both. This one. Oh my God. Yeah. Took here, took there, bang.
Now this is.
Now only wait. Okay, what happened now? Oh, so solid. Okay.
Now he's not playing this positional chess.
Yeah, exactly. Now suddenly he swap. Was there any strength stronger? No. Okay, this one.
He'll play like rook e3.
But I must say that even though this is a completely win for white, you know, he's fighting. I like this fighting from black side, you know. King a2. And of course, if now the queen takes here, you have take on e8 and there is nothing, huh? And if bishop takes, what is happening then? I mean, then, you know. Oh, maybe rook c1.
Yeah, maybe rook c1 or just rook e3. Rook 1 e3.
This
just
one.
Put, yeah, put the
Okay,
rook
yeah. But I like this move somehow. But then maybe
you should be
queen
careful,
to
like
yeah,
maybe rook c1.
But it's also check. You can take on
but the
b3.
queen on h6 is protected.
I'm sorry. Yeah, that's right. Good. Yeah, thank you. Okay, so bishop g6.
And now he played rook e1, rook e3. Now he's threatening maybe rook g3 and then queen takes h7. It's quite fun.
Ah, nice trick. And what about? But now. But on the other hand, right now it's protecting here. So if you play rook g3 now, can you play rook f7 now? H take. Then, okay. So we just make a move here, just like this. Here, and what I was thinking about was this, but then Hampus showed me that this is a great position because you cannot play this one that I was preparing because then you take on e8. So and it's game over immediately. So okay, so rook 1 e3.
Queen takes c2. I mean,
queen takes c2, and of course now there is some checks here.
He's just gonna play.
I place this one.
And the rook on e7 is holding e1, which is really fun.
Exactly.
Oh, wow, this is really. I was impressed. Really impressive.
I mean, he's such a talented player, you know. But, of course, he's been part of it because I was before I was in this Flera mot Schacktoppen. I was working for talent development in Norway before, and of course, I had some training with Elam as well. But a little bit, he's more on his own, more on this type of playing a lot himself. And so on, but I'm very happy now to see that he is under the umbrella of Seaman and in this environment. So that's probably have made him, taking this new jump, on rating and so on. So that's great.
He's actually an example of been training a lot during Corona because he had like 23:30 for like some months ago. Yeah. So really well.
Can you take here on h7 now? Is that possible?
Okay,
yeah, because I just thought this one. You cannot get you need to do this and check and this and this and this. And I like this.
b4
or this one.
Slowing it more.
Okay, b4 here. Maybe you take on a6. I don't know. Okay, this is him. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, it's game over.
Yeah,
but it's always nice to when you see others game and you start to sacrifice pieces and try to find a checkmate because you don't have to be responsible. No, you don't have to be responsible if you do any mistakes or something like that. But let's see if we have, because he will win this game for sure. No, so that we So let's see if we have anything else.
Actually we can look at. Okay, this is completely winning.
I just have to take a look. This is completely winning for white, huh?
Yeah.
From what I can see.
Like some knight g5, knight f6. Actually, check. White to move, okay.
I just need
to... But knight f6 and bishop g5.
Oh, knight f6. Yeah. Okay, good. Okay, good.
We can look at...
which game do you prefer to look at?
Tor Fredriks.
Oh,
this
Tor
is
Fredrik.
actually really not at all clear.
Oh, this is nice. Okay, we have a game. Joar Östlund against Tor Fredrik. Tor Fredrik is quite, lately, because he's also part of this talent offer that you are part of, and I'm quite impressed by him. He's also like you, 1 year off, playing as much as he can, training very hard. You're the same type, I think.
Yeah.
And very when you analyze chess, he understands chess well, just like you. So Yes, I have high hopes that he can make a jump now. But
Yeah, look.
in this game,
I mean, but he had a really good opening. I don't know if you looked at the opening, but I thought the opening was quite nice.
okay, this is the Greenfield defense. This is not the sharpest line. This is more like a solid line, saying, okay, let's skip this theoretical battle, just go for a strategic play. And what is happening in the Greenfield is normally that white goes for e4, trying to take the center, black is trying to shoot it down. But with this move, you know, you're not so ambitious. But on the other hand, if he takes on c3, you can get the bishop to c3, and that's something you like. That's the goal. And now you have a choice: take on c3 or you go back. But if you take here, then you have this position. And okay, how much is it? How much is it worth?
Yeah.
It's normally, you know, it's not fantastic to have it on c3, so that's okay. Castling.
I thought he played, because I was sitting next to this game, I thought he was playing quite, this 97 was quite interesting.
But it's because normally in this position you have, you know, you want to go for c5 or something like that. But now with the bishop here, it's a little bit different.
Yeah, exactly.
Because then you can take on c5 probably just, you know. And
97, I think his point is he's going to try to play on the e4 pawn, actually.
Knight f6 and so on.
Yeah, exactly, and b6, bishop e7.
No, what I like with this move is that there are several different strategic ideas that is behind, and you can choose them depending also on what white will do. So, yeah. Knight f3 is that, because normally sometimes you play with f3, you play bishop d3, knight e2. So, but I don't know, you know, because but the drawback with knight to f3, that sometimes black can go to bishop g4, you know.
Exactly, but no.
But okay, so b6. Okay, that's logical. Put the bishop on b7 again. The main strategic idea of the Greenfield is to shoot down the center. So fianchetting, it's good. Okay. Bishop d3.
Yeah, I really like this move actually, e6. Because I thought bishop e7, I thought he was scared with the e5.
Yeah. No, that is because this is also logical now. Because with the bishop here, normally you have to watch out if the bishop is on this diagonal, I think, you know, because there can be some weaknesses. But I think that e6 is probably more okay if you have a position like this. So castling.
c5, which I was also I think you played a really good.
Now that is a nice move, logical move. If you take knight take, black is absolutely fine, probably better even in that position.
And
so
I played d5, which I didn't really like.
d5, okay.
Just take on d5.
I need to understand.
I think you played it wrong quite a bit. Yeah, here, queen takes d5. I was.
Did you play that?
Yeah, but then I saw when he played the game bishop and queen. This looks a bit. I don't know what you're doing. I was really concerned. I mean, now I'm putting bishop on f6 and bishop e4. Really hard to. And now it's quite impressive to play bishop f5. I didn't even see.
But this is actually, the computer says this one.
Yeah, but I mean, some bishop e4, queen c4. I mean, this I did not see during the game. Yeah. Opinion. Okay, if this works, then of course, then we will be happy.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, but again, but this is very difficult spot, of course, you know. But so you mean that here he took a risk a little bit?
Yeah, because what happens in the game, I was not so happy for.
No, bishop f5. Okay.
No, bishop e1 was really strong. Just take.
Yeah, that is a good move for sure, you know. Now he's simply.
He's completely.
I mean.
And now 92 was really. Yeah, this is really well. Now played queen 16.
Yeah. What? Because now
there's nothing else.
You cannot take here. No, this is. You have to take this one. So again, he fallen into a tactical trick here. So it's somewhere here. He couldn't find this. He couldn't find bishop take on b2. And of course, you know, this is the danger. I said that also yesterday when you have this big gap between players. And of course here, you know, Tor Fredrik is clear favorite against Joar, of course, you know. But Joar, you know, he can play. Yeah. He's a good player, but still Tor Fredrik should be in charge of this game in the driver's seat. And then how to deal with that situation.
Yeah,
you know?
no, it's not easy.
Because in this, you know, here you can fall into this type of traps. You know, no coordination between the pieces. You can feel that, you know, a piece is hanging. You know, it's a danger, and actually, you know, when because Hampus and Tor Fredrik had this training camp at Gelfand last weekend. I was joining in, and one of the topics we had, if you remember, was this kind of situations. Where should you go for the tactics, for the exact maneuvers, or where should you just put up the pressure?
Exactly.
And in this position, you have no choice. You must go for the very tough.
Yeah,
you know, and you need to see everything. And
but also, if you play the green field, you should be used to this, no?
Yeah.
There is like some small path you can take and you have a good position.
Oh no, I agree. Okay, so bishop,
Okay,
but probably, I guess, probably this is the move he missed.
Yeah, it's not so easy.
It's not easy because also let's say that we have, if we do like this move, probably just go like this one, rook e1.
Or rook d6 also.
Oh, rook d6 might be even stronger. I don't know.
Rook d6 and then we just take on f5.
Like this.
That's a queen e7.
Yeah, but still, you know, this is not.
Yeah, some rook e1 or just taking the rook and now play queen e7.
Is this really clear?
I can play some b3 or...
Okay, b3. Okay, of course, you know, but
I mean,
but I just say that, you know, like.
Yeah, okay, maybe I have to be more.
You have to. Yeah. This is. I don't. I mean, I guess it's. But I think this looks much better than the game.
No, of course.
So let's see. Let's see this. So let's see here. So this was bishop b1. Now queen e6 is the, for me, the normal choice.
Yeah.
And rook d6.
No, I mean it's much better than bishop d4. Okay, take. I mean it's not good.
Now, how can you put up the pressure? For me, rook e1 must be the move. You know, queen c7, and now the question is what to do.
What do you think?
G3.
Okay, the point is that the rook d8 I can take.
Yeah, like this. Okay, so this one.
Yeah, like rook d1 exactly. Yeah, just...
Okay, no. This is, of course, should be a better position for one, but still, you know, the bishop is strong. The question is, how dangerous is the attack? Is the possibility to keep up your track? Then maybe, you know, in the long run, this bishop can be strong. So
I mean, it's much better than in the game.
White is probably, it's clearly better, I guess, but, you know, there is still a hard fight because this trick here. Now, I did like bishop d4. Take a look. Knight c2. Okay, took here, and now we have this position, and you can see that, okay, you have one rook, one bishop, and a pawn. And that, in a way, is normally okay, but not. I get, you know.
But I mean, weak dark squares around the
here and king to c7, queen on c7. I don't like that. So this must be better for white. You know, I'm pretty sure about that. So h4, logical move. I like that. He's playing good in this game. You know. Okay, h4, is that correct? I don't know. Yeah, maybe you have to do. Yeah, it's okay. Okay, so yeah, that's a good move. Simple play. I mean, again, when you have this kind of queen position, you know, against someone not having the queen, one of the main ideas normally is to put it on one of the central squares, or like at least the dominating squares, to make it effective, because then the two pieces cannot cope with it, you know, in a good way. And you can see here that now you can if you can play like queen to f6 here, you know, this is really a dangerous move as well, because rook to f8, then it's very passive. If you bishop e6, you probably just take it, and you go for that.
He played bishop e6.
We take a look like this, okay, and queen f6 I would play here. No, he played this, okay. Because queen f6, you take on it too. Okay, so this is good. Yeah, okay.
Rook d5, we know.
Okay, and the idea now is that queen f6, you play rook f5, huh?
Yeah, I think you put the rook on f5.
Yeah, okay.
G8, he's defending good here too.
And now the question is, should you take on e6? What about this? How is this position?
white is
But
better.
okay, you know.
But the king will defend the e6 pawn, and it's not, and the rook.
Oh,
will,
this is not. Yeah,
no,
yeah.
it's not clear.
But you know, you get some pawns, but.
Yeah, of course. No, white is.
Okay, white is probably better, but
not
okay.
the thing that
Okay, this when you have this, you want to have more clear than that.
Exactly.
Yeah. Okay, agree. So okay, so rook b7. Okay, I mean it's a logical move because still this rook cannot move because then you know you have this and you cannot play h6, a6 or a5 because then this is hanging.
Yeah.
So okay, rook a d8. No. Oh, why didn't you take on a7? I don't understand.
Because rook d4 should take queen e5.
This one. That is really strange, isn't it? Is it this? But then check here. No. And you can take here. Huh?
No, queen on h8.
Oh, my gosh. Okay, so I'm sorry. Okay, then for sure this is what you should have done. Just take on a7 here, you know. So let's see what happened. Rook a8. Okay, this is strange.
No. Now black has like.
Okay, so here.
Now and in the game we can see.
Yeah, because one key thing is, of course, that with black you have two strategies. You know, either you go for some compensation with a activity and a pawn or something, or you try to create this fortress.
Exactly.
And with a rook on
d, really good for black here.
Exactly. So put a rook on d7. Yeah. You know, you have bishop on e6. It will be very difficult for black to make any progress. You know, of course you can try to sneak in with your king or something like that, but yeah. Okay, let's take a look.
Now it's really hard to see that.
Yeah, but on the other hand, he will not lose either.
I mean,
no. I still think that white has got some chances.
Yeah, but if white needs to try to win, I think he's going to try to bring the king. Yeah,
yeah, but my idea was, you know, to try to bring it up like this somehow, you know, because it's logical also because of the dark squares and so on.
I don't think you're losing this.
But again, you know, there is always this rook.
Yeah.
Okay, e7.
Oh.
Yeah, did it? But maybe this was a mistake. King.
Yeah.
This looks strange to me.
But why are you taking the king to e7? Why not just let it be?
Yeah, yeah, exactly. You know, just wait here and see what. You know, I cannot see any way for white to make any progress in this position. So e7. Now he get the chance to play g4. I like that.
Okay, rook d5.
Because rook d5, you know, you can just
play it in the game, I think. Okay, he's
or this maybe.
He's like silently offering a draw here. If you play queen e5, we're repeating.
Okay.
But okay, now black's rook is forced to be on this h5 pawn. So
exactly.
Maybe it's
white has. There is no doubt. White has made a progress here. I don't. If you take here, I want to take with the rook. I don't like to have this. I know. I just say that you know, if you have this position, some takes. No, you do not want to take with the pawn because then actually you have a new weakness here. You know? Exactly. So I think King e7 was a little bit, you know, it was not the perfect move.
Not so precise.
Yeah, not surprised. Okay, took here, and King. I'm quite impressed by Joar. Yeah. I don't know. Did he train something on his own during the pandemic, or you know?
I don't
try to sneak behind the radar, you know, doing that,
like
you know,
like
everybody else. Yeah, that's right. Okay, that's nice. So let's.
Okay, white will not lose this. I have
no way. I think he will have a hard fight to Frederick actually to keep this.
It'll be a long game, but I don't think Frederick will lose this. Maybe some rook c5. He'll try.
Yeah. No, exactly. Maybe again, if we talk about this with a fortress, you know, something like that might happen. But I think queen b8.
Queen b8.
So it's easy to fall into something here. Let's look at the time, but don't forget.
Yeah.
144 for Joar and 1530 to Frederick. Yeah.
No, I don't think he will.
I don't think white will. Yeah. So okay, Elam won. Yeah. We found a lovely mate. Let's just see if it was this.
This one. Yeah.
So I guess, it was this. I'm happy for that. I love this.
No, wait, it's our.
Okay, but this is okay. Yeah. This was the game. Lovely game. He's on.
Yeah.
This is great. Okay, and so that is this. And just go back to this one because I need to understand what is happening here.
Yeah,
he actually chooses. Yeah, that's
because
fine.
I have to be.
I think you should.
Yeah.
So thank you very much, Hampus.
Thank you.
I go to this game and I leave you, and good luck in the following rounds. I continue to work with the games. So thank you so much for this, and I probably will go for this one instead, this camera where I am now, and I go back and see if I can understand this little game of ours, because we left this game. This is the top board, Francesco Zonis against CM Fandel, where we said that it felt that suddenly black had the easier game, and yeah, knight d7 was played here. There. Okay, just need to understand this position. Here you actually, there is this suggestion, bishop b5. That was really, maybe, I don't know. Don't understand this. Too difficult. Okay, this is what happened. Rook e8, if you remember, queen f2, king f2. Because I said the difficulty here is to understand, should I go back with the king to f2 or d2? Which side of the board you need to choose when you have this. And if you go to the d2, then this pawn is a little bit unprotected after spring knight f6 or bishop d7 or something like that. And if you go to f2, it's actually these weaknesses here that might be something to go for black. So let's continue. He played king f2, knight f6, okay. Bishop f3, bishop d7, okay. King g3. He played rook e3. I need to understand what is going on here, because I like this in a way for black, because it's coming into the position, and you can see right now you're probably threatening to take on g4 here, because the bishop cannot take back, because there is this pin on the bishop by the rook on e3. So I played king f2 and rook e7, okay. King g3, rook e3, and now he doesn't want to have the draw, because most likely there would have better been a draw after king f2 and go back. He wants to win, so he goes for king h4. So what he wants to do is, of course, to move away the knight, maybe check on f7, and then come in with the king to g5. Then you have something. But you have to watch out for this bishop here that might be hanging. So this looks a little bit dangerous, and I like this move, king c5, threatening the rook here, and at the same time going away from a check with a knight on f7. And this king looks a bit strange right now, actually. So rook d2. Now the question is if it's time to push. Yes, it is. This is what black has been waiting for, several moves really, you know, to play d4 in this position, to play d4 here, like that, because now you have really a dangerous pawn on d4, and with the help, if you can play d3, king d4 and so on, this can be really, really dangerous, and your pieces here can support as well. And the question is if there is any actual counterplay with the king on h4 moving to g5 and so on. Right now it feels like, you know, this is dangerous. And okay, rook to c2, I would play rook c3 immediately here. But on the other hand, what is happening now? Rook c3. Okay, because you don't want to take here. Huh? So, and rook d2, d3 comes and so on. So, okay, but he played knight to e4. So knight take, bishop take. And now the idea is that he goes for this one. So what is happening now? What is this like, this position? Okay, take here. Bishop takes c2. Bishop b5. Wants to play this move. This is really, really strange position. And the normal move is to take the pawn, go for d3. This is really, really tricky position. But the problem is with these pawns are on the same color as the bishop, black bishop. So what is this like? Let's say g5. d2, bishop here. Yes, I like this move. This is a good move. Bishop d3, you cannot take it because the queen, and then you protect all these pawns I should make it in the other way, I guess, you know, like it's this direction, you know, like this. So, and then what is happening needs to go here. Do you go bishop b1? Yes, you do. And now take on here on, take on a2, play a4. This is winning for black. Must be winning for black, this position. So this is a very dangerous now. It's very dangerous. Now, if you take on c2, yeah, it's simply winning, I guess, you know. We take a look again. This bishop b5. Can you play this move? King g5, d3. Okay, so if you go for this, probably this move, just, you know, keep an eye on the pawn. Probably this is winning. I think this is a winning position for black, really. This must be a winning position for black, because even though, you know, you have to sacrifice your bishop for one of the pawns, this king will come down and pick up, you know, the bishop here and then be closer to the pawns than the white king. So this should be a win, actually. So this is a real crucial moment, but he didn't play that. He has got 11. This is a very, very, you know, tense position. So he played bishop b5. The idea now is that if he takes on g6, then again you have this on d3. But now it's not so clear, because now it's a better version for white, I think, you know. So he has many. Oh, this is a bit sad, because like this you can see the difference, huh? Now because now you don't have the time and to get the right position. If you compare it with this position, the bishop b5, take on g6, take. I need to understand the difference here, yeah. So in this position, take here. Yes, this is the difference, huh? Because now you are threatening to go for d2, bishop c2, bishop d3, and you get a better version. Okay, so bishop b5. So what is this position like now? If you take here, do you play d3 here? Can you play this? Is this anything? Also, this is, you know, this is dangerous for both, I would say, you know. Something like this. I don't know, maybe this. I wouldn't like to play this with white. I think this is, because if you play this, there is a problem of rook to c2, I guess. Huh? And now simply, yeah, go like this, and then your rook c1 is coming, and no, this is not nice, like, you know, like this. Very dangerous, like this, you know, something like that. Oof. Okay, take here, probably check here, yeah. g3, bishop take h5. Yep, something like this. Black is in the driver's seat, but for sure, but because, you know, these are weak here, this bishop is controlling the pawns and so on. I really look forward to see, because this is a critical moment. I can feel that now it's really on the verge of what will happen and so on, because it's tensed. We have some small finesses. You have, you know, not perfectly with time, perfect with time. So this will be very interesting to follow, and I'm quite, you know, impressed by Vandel from the Netherlands, playing good game. Let's see what more we have to find here. Here we have on board 2 and 3 the favorites won, just like on board with the 4, Kakshari against Rusty. We have this here, and we'll see. Yes, it seems like, has he found a way to make a draw here? Edwin. He needs to play king f1, rook f1, And what is happening now? Is there any way to make any progress here? One problem here is, of course, you want to play rook to g4, but then the problem is that king h1 is happening. But what about this? What is this like? Is there anything here? Any tricks? I want to find any tricks here. What do you have? Most likely this is a draw, but he has found a fortress. Edwin, if you just keep cool here, this is the position. No, what I wanted to show you was actually this position after we had rook g4, and king h1. And now the problem is that if you try to do something, white can always take on f3 because it's a stalemate. If you take like this, it's a stalemate, so that's not possible. So that's what you do. And okay, rook b2, like this. Okay. Okay. Just take a little bit quick look at this one. We have this. Yeah, it seems to be an equal game. Yeah, it seems like actually right now when we see this position that Tor Fredrik has found a way to defend, like some kind of fortress here. I cannot see that there is any way for white to make progress because you have the perfect setup here. Just defending everything. Rook will go back and forth. Now I'm pretty sure this game will be a draw. Okay, white has got 24. That's the only thing. White has got quite little time here. So maybe at some moment, maybe Tor Fredrik will try to do something to go for, c3 or something like that. But I think in normal play, this should be a draw, this position. So let's go back. Let's see. What do we have here? Okay, this was actually the game. Oh, this is the game. Oh, this is very interesting because now we have this position. Very interesting because we have 2 pawns for white on the king side, but this d3 pawn is much faster than the pawns on the king side. So okay, g5 came. Okay, but what about king e3 now? What do you do then? You do play this one. F5. Not really possible. d2. Bishop h5. Bishop d3. f6. Well, maybe it's white who's in charge here. The driver's seat. Let's take a look at this position. Okay. So here we have. What do you do here? Do you do this move? Because if you play like. Yeah, I like this move. This is much better because if you play this, then you have rook c2, rook a1, and then you have this trick. Huh? Now it's getting problematic. Yeah. Okay. Now it's very, very dangerous. I wouldn't like to play this position. So we have something to look forward to in this position here, like this. d2 was the d2. No. This is the position. Okay, g5. So this is the critical moment. Because most likely, maybe bishop d7, but that is not an easy move to find, to go back with a bishop like that. So critical, because the normal for me is, this kind of move that you feel that this will be played, then maybe f5 is working. you know, even though it's strange to put it this way, because the idea is that you will put the bishop on h5 protecting d1 like this. And now how to make progress? Bishop d3, f6, and now you need to play this move, but that is not an easy move to find, can assure you. You have this, okay. Bishop take, check here, here. Check. In this position, what is this like? Okay, this is the way it will be. I guess, you know, this. Okay, we have this kind of draw, I guess. H7 here, coming back, and then you start to check, and protect, you know, and it will be a draw. So okay, so maybe in the end it will be a draw, but we'll see now. This is very, very interesting position now to find out. Black is thinking, yeah. Okay, let's see if there is any other games. Okay, that is the top game. We have Edwin is fighting, still keeping up, having found his fortress, cannot find any way to make progress. If you play f2, always king f1. No, and you know, there is nothing really. So Fredrik is trying something. I feel that he's trying to do something now. He played b5. He's got some ambitions, because also he has got worse time. Maybe queen f6 to go for. So he wants to play b4 or something like that. But you know, it should be a draw. But now actually I feel that it's called to Fredrik's trying to at least to put some pressure on his opponent. So let's take a look here. Okay, what about this one? Gustav Tögles and Hugo Wernberg. This is quite an even game. You can see that both players have got 2280 against 2255. Two very promising young Swedish players. So we have a game where, okay, what is this like? We calculate, we have, okay, it's an even game when it comes to the pawns and so on. What is a bit strange here is a position with, okay, we have, was that correct move? Best move. Okay, let's go for that. Can you try to grab, what about this one? Yeah, that's his logical move. What is happening now? His idea is to play like this, I see, to go for this pawn here. That's what he wants to do. But still, what is this like? Well, okay, so what more do we have? We have, okay, we'll just look at the results from the bottom. We can see, okay, we have two games here that have not started follow. You know, we cannot follow them, that's correct. And we have here William Johansson against Victor Liljehöök. What does that look like? For me, it looks like black is better, trying to do something here, because black has got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 pawns against 4, and I cannot see that the black king has got any problems, and the white one, the rook is blocked on e3 to protect g3 and c3, so no doubt black is clearly better, probably winning if it is going to be a correct game. We have this position here, and that is Anton Frank against Vidar Gran. Here you can see that it is rook against bishop, but white has got an extra pawn. That means that there is no sacrifice on d6 that you want to play here to go for this pawn ending. And yeah, I mean, the king on b6, most likely this will be a draw, because it will be difficult for black to make any progress. I guess. I think the only way, yeah, well, okay, no, this will, I'm sure this will, yeah, this will be a draw now, because you can always push the pawn f5 and so on. So this will be a draw. Oh, well, that's, I guess that's fair. So we have here, okay, it tries to do something now. Okay. And now we'll see here, but still it must be quite easy draw error. Can you just move your rook back and forth and so on? Because one of the problems, if you play like, you know, let's say you go away, if you play this move here, this, okay, this maybe, now actually this is maybe, you have some chances now, because this is not, here you need to start to give checks, huh? Yeah. The thing is, like, if you push the pawn, you can see that the king is now in stalemate because it can't move anyway. That means that you can just start to check, even take the rook if you like, because it's still stalemate if you take it. So this will be well, this must be a draw here. So no problem, I believe. So yeah, this will be a draw if you just be a bit cautious, Edwin. So what more do we have? Yeah, okay. To Frederick, he's pushing, trying to do something. I would be a little bit careful here. Okay. What do we have? Hugo, then we have this. Yes, what happened here? Okay, play the, okay, this was what happened. We looked at a little bit. Queen b5, take, and d3, okay. But is this really correct? This was very, very strange to me, because what do you do? What do you do on this move? Isn't it simply winning for white now? d3, that was very strange to me. This was really, really strange play. No, this cannot be correct. This cannot be correct play. Yeah, this is critical. No, yeah, push a4 maybe even. You know, I like that more. Try to go for that. This must be a draw. If you're just cautious with black, it must be a draw. But this is not correct. d3, how much? Okay, black has got little time, so bishop c7 was played. Now b6, b7, b8. White is simply winning. Also, the king can come here to f1, supporting the rook on d1. No. That was a mistake. I'm sorry, Hugo, but it seems like you are in the very final hour. You make a little bit of a mistake. So, okay. So we have this. Edwin played rook a1. I like that. Okay, so let's see. Yeah, okay. No, actually, yeah, rook d5 now. Okay, maybe, okay, I thought b6 was the winning move here, but maybe it's not correct. I didn't see this move. Bishop d6, that is important. That is important. I didn't see that. So, okay, so can you play, do you need, okay, maybe you can take pawn simply take the pawn. Yeah, simply take the pawn. And even you know, okay, then he can fight, okay, bishop c3, something like this, and then, you know, can go for yeah, I don't know, maybe this 6 then. But the problem is that in the end it will be like this. It will be one pawn up for Gustav Törngren, but still he can fight. I actually thought it was game over, but it was not that bad, I guess, you know. So that was great. Well, we'll see if he can fight. So, okay, and this is a bad sign. Now we have had this position for a long time. Vandel is thinking. It's a very, very critical. Most likely, I still think that black is a little bit better, even though, you know, but okay, I think we found a draw, but it's very, very critical, dangerous, 2 pawns moving forward, and the question is how to make use of this fantastic pawn on d3, because the idea for white is to put the bishop on h5, covering up on d1, and then it's not so easy to push it down. So, okay, you know, maybe you can sacrifice, and of course you can sacrifice your bishop on the pawn. So, and then you have these 2 amazing pawns on f4 and g5, and then it's really dangerous. And now the time is ticking down. That is not a good sign, because if you have 30 seconds left, you know. Okay, so we'll see what's happening here. C6, okay. Seems to be a balanced position still. Yeah, queen on c3 is okay. Now this will be a draw, this game. If we just keep time, it will be a draw. So let's see, what do we have? Yeah, I really want to see the finish off of the first game. That is very, very important. So. Black to player. Wigner is fighting to find something, you know, some way to trick Edwin, but it should not be possible. Let's see here. Okay. Okay, we have this position, and now the only thing that worries me a little bit is that, you know, that Gustav has got such bad time. Both have got bad time, and now it's easy to, you know, that you just make some kind of mistake. So, yeah, maybe some small chances still for Hugo to keep this position, even though, as you can see here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 against 6. But the main problem is also that, you know, this will probably be fallen. You have a position where white is on top. So, yeah. Why not b6 in this position? I think that's absolutely fine. b6, putting the bishop on d4, and then go for rook d1 and take the pawn. That should be, you know, that should be great. So I think it would be very, very difficult to hold this position. So what did he choose? Okay, he played bishop c6. I think that was one of the moves that probably was one of the better moves in the position, because what you are threatening now is actually to play maybe even bishop to e4. Could be that that is possible. So this is yeah, it's really it is a dangerous position. And now, for example, one possibility is to simply take the pawn. Should you do that? But then you have, like, you maybe, yeah, king to take to d3. What is this like? 5. Then maybe the king goes back. 6. Bishop e8. G4, bishop g6. No, black, I mean, it's easier to play black here for sure, you know. rook e1. Low rook, yeah, look like it. This must be a little bit easier to play black in this position. So I would say that if you just, if this is the correct way to play, I think that black still has got a little chances to win this. But when you look at the time, the playing strength of the players, yeah, it's open game. So I'm looking forward to see the finish. Edvin Vignevatna is trying to do something. And we have, like I said, this idea of going for bishop on d4, take on d3, bishop e5. This is not possible. This is now white is winning simply. Yep. Let's go back. Okay, let's see here. We have Julia Östensson. That is one of the most promising girls in Swedish chess, playing against Alexandra May. And no doubt that it's black in the driver's seat here, because black is more active. But rook endgames is always drawn, we have learned. Now this is threatened, this pawn here. And Julia's got worse time, she needs to keep up here. But with these two pawns here, when the rook leaves, you can grab one of these pawns. I think, but was that correct? That was a strange move to me. You can just take on b3, I think. Why did she play that? Why did she defend? Why didn't she defend? I don't understand that. Now, I cannot say if it's maybe rook. For me, rook b6 is the logical move. For example, like check here, 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 like that. And if you go here, you can go like this, and yeah, rook f5, okay, king comes in, rook f3, rook b5. What is this like? How is this position? Maybe some chances for black, actually, maybe. Or maybe, yeah. Okay, I wouldn't say it's a draw, but it feels like this last move was strange by Julia, and that you can take on b3, so, okay. He's fighting, still fighting. Let's go here. We have this, yes. Okay, d5. King to d6, I guess, huh? I guess this is the move to play. Because if you in this position, if you try to do something else, king b6, then d6 will come, and d7, d8. It must be king d6. Then I think you just play simply like this. Go here. No, do that. Just need to check it. What is happening here? Yeah, king f3. But some chances actually for black now. Trying to come in, but yeah, rook b4. Well, he's fighting well here, Hugo, because I thought that this was a game that was almost, closed down, but yeah, I can say that there are chances to actually make a draw here. So let's see. Okay, we have this game now. What happened? He played king to g4. King to g4, okay. And now, I think that this was a mistake, actually. Computer actually suggests rook c1. And in this position, black is facing real, maybe some, I don't know. Rook d2. Rook g1 check. King h4. My question is, can you play bishop e4 at the time, you know? But okay, check here, king g3. Let's take a look. And then it's this move, you know. Okay, this is a dangerous, really dangerous position for black here, you know, because now you have like, you know, king coming in, threatening. You have a tempo on the rook. So okay, king g4, bishop d7 came, bishop f5. But isn't this just winning this move? Yeah, rook c2. I think this is simply winning. Okay, rook h6 is a trick, I agree. Bishop take f5, king take on f5. Here he wants to take on a2. This is amazing. What is happening now? This is like, you know, this is, I mean, what can happen? Now you look at the time as well. He played bishop f5. See if did he lose on time now? Oh, he got with 1 second left. What did he do? He played bishop c6. That was a huge mistake. A huge mistake. Here you have, this is probably the moment where this game is, you know, changing completely. Because here, you know, with rook c2, black is in the driver's seat. But he didn't find this. He couldn't find the right way to go for here. This is so logical to play rook c2 for me, but he couldn't. Yeah. So now he went for g6, and now it's something else. You know, it's so unfortunate. It's so unfortunate. Well, okay. Rook c1. But okay, a little bit time for white as well. But now he's clearly better. So now it's now you have to be worried. Okay. So king g5 is the move to play here. Happened. Okay, and he played rook h3. Oh my god, this is changing back and forth, and now it says that black is winning with bishop e4. It's changing in every move. Look at this. Bishop to e4. Look at this. Bishop to e4. I must take a look again. Bishop to e4. If you take g7, d2, okay, and there will be a queen with check. So now the question is, will he find it? Will he find bishop b4? Come on, let's see. What did he do? He checked on g1. Oh my god, what is this? Now rook g3. Okay, so let's go for rook g3. You take, you play d2, bishop g4, bishop d5, g7, a4, b take a2. What is happening here? This is amazing, these variations. A6, b3, a7 here, pawn. This is a completely crazy game. Can you see, you know? It's incredible. It's incredible. yeah, I don't know what to say about this game. This is amazing. This is actually what happened. Bishop g4. And now, yeah, let's see. Because the thing is also, you know, the bishop on d5, you know, protecting down here, and then you can push with a4. Okay, maybe the bishop can be on d1. King comes back. I mean, the logical result in this game should be a draw, because it's such an amazing game, you know, with this endgame. Back and forth, one winning, back in every move, you know. It's really, really amazing to see this. I just need to see the other games. Okay, Edwin is fighting, should make a draw, but okay, no progress really for Wigner. We have this game to Frederick against Joar. Joar has got, okay, the time is not so big difference right now. You can check back and forth. Okay, look to be okay. So I guess this will be I still guess this will be a draw, this game, because, you know, back and forth with queen. There's no possibility for white to make progress. So okay, and here we have this. No, white. What happened? Just let's take a look like this. Was this really necessary in this position? Okay, let's go back a bit. Here, king e4. Okay, rook b5 is the move to play. Rook to b5, because then the king cannot come to c4. Okay, that was a critical moment. I see. Now simply winning. Okay, game over normally. Yeah, you know. So okay, this will be a winning position for Gustav. So let's see here, and we have this position now. But a4. Okay. I like a4 here. Because if you play a4, no, he played this move, okay. Okay, g7 must be played. Yeah, bishop h7, okay. That was a strange move as well. I think the bishop should be on d5. You should go for a4. That is the critical. No, this was strange, because in this position, let's go back here. Because in this position, well, this was the position. Here I think a4 is obvious move for me. g7, you take here, a take, king c3, f5. Okay, you can go like this even, you know, like this. King c1. Take. I think this is a draw, but okay. Okay, so Frederick is trying to do something here. Still, you know, there's it's hard to say that the kid can make any progress. Okay, needs to push c3 at a time. But there should be checks with the queen. What happened here? Okay, now white is simply winning here. He's misplaced, you know, misplayed this position now, because, yeah. Because, you know, like this king here, you cannot take on f5 because it's a queen, and then f6 and king g6. Oh, this is winning. Okay. Yeah, okay. So in the end, the grandmaster showed his strength. The other one made the last mistake. Sorry for that. Amazing game, but yeah. And then we see the other games here. Yeah, Hugo is losing, no doubt. Okay, h3, but you have the king here. No, there's no chance. So, okay, what we have more? Any surprises? Okay, Matthias Buckert with quite low rating made a draw. That's good. You can say Anton Frank made a draw, quite good for him. And of course, Victor Liljehöök won against William Johansson. That was a strong performance by Victor. Great. Victor is one of the youngest contestants we have. Only 1683 in rating. Lost the first game, but now obviously played quite good, so that's great. We have here. Okay, Bream won here. Yeah, okay, that's I can see. Oscar lost. Julia lost in the end, yeah. And we have here. We have here. Okay, Axel won. That is nice. That is nice. Axel Falkevall, 22.43, winning against Zeman Mitusov, 24.15. A great performance. And as you can see, we have a very nice finish here. Look at this, you know, Queen H4 here. Just the final part of the game. But look at this. Awkward placement of the pieces for black. So we try to do something, and now comes a nice sacrifice. The problem is that if you go to H8, there is knight G5, very dangerous. Check on F7 and so on. So we went here, knight to G5, and the problem is that after H6 you have this lovely little move. If you take the queen, there's some checkmate on H7. If you take the knight, there's a checkmate on F7. So yeah, great little final thing here. So let's see what we have more. We have this position. Okay, so Frederick is trying and is bringing up his king, but yeah, well, okay. Queen to F8. Still, there should not be any problems, but I feel that actually that he has made some progress here. So I would be a little, okay, maybe this, but still I would be a little bit worried because the king can come on to G4, you know, and check on G7. Okay, so and of course he needs to watch out for pushing too hard. Okay, let's see other results. Yeah, okay, so in the end, Grandmaster won. You can see the king successfully reached G6. F6 will come, check, and then the win is there. So, okay, very, very impressive in a way to see this performance in the end. It was White who managed to see through the tactics in the critical moments. There were several of them. The game was going back and forth, and now we only have this game. It's been drawn for a long time, but Wigner is trying to do something, trying to find a way to put pressure on Edwin, that is fighting so well, so strong, because there is no real way to make progress here, because there are quite a lot of positions with stalemate with the king in on H1 and so on. So okay, we have a check here. He took an F4, okay. Trying to win. I like this. Okay, because now White will get an extra pawn, passed pawn, and Black will get one on F6. So it can be a little bit tough, this as well. Rook to D3, maybe. Queen to H6. And then, of course, you try to push your pawn. But, yeah, okay. So they will continue to play for a while, for sure. Okay. We do not have much left. We do not have much left here. Okay. Edwin, can you find Rook F1? Okay, still in line with what it's all about. It's a draw, but we'll see here. He continues to try to do something. One problem is, of course, if you try to swap, take, and go for this one, and you know you have made a mistake. So I think even we have had this position before. F1, but okay, we'll see. Okay, so I think it's actually time to finish off for today for this game. We have a position where I guess it will be a draw between Edwin and Vatnar. We have this position, there should be a draw between Tor Fredrik and Joar. Okay, he's trying to do something, but still it should be a draw. And then we have this game. No doubt that Gustav is winning against Hugo, and that is that. So thank you very much, and see you when the next round starts, and that is 4 o'clock today.